Agreed. Yes, sir.
And that's January 28, 2015.
It appears so.
And then it's 1905. So you have to do, these are AT&T records. So you have to do the conversion. Is that correct?
-4. Yep. Yes, sir.
So -4, just do it for them, or I could do it, but
Either way. So 19 -4 would be 15. And so converting 15 into Eastern Standard Time, or excuse me, from military time to the 12-hour clock would just be 3:05 p.m.
okay. And that is a 1 second seizure time, meaning as you looked on your cheat sheet or the AT&T codes, that's how long it took for the.
Correct. The dial time would be the seizure time from what we learned and the key. And then the ET would be the time of the actual connection, or the connection of the phones, whether it be voicemail, whether it be communication through voice, that's just the connection time.
Okay. And in this one, it shows 1 second from the person pressing the send, and then it had 0. So there's no connection. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that appears correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And just for correctness, that would be Jeffrey, what I'm calling Jeffrey's phone. I understand that, it's the phone that you designate Jeffrey Williams, the 8553, calling the 2920. So calling Mr. Brian Williams' phone. Fair to say?
It appears that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. If we can go to the next one. Okay. And this one is item number 3758, 3758. Fair?
Yes.
And again, we're talking about a couple of months later. So we're in March 30th, 2015.
Yes.
And then that one is at 241, if you can do the conversion.
Okay. So -4 again would put us at 22. So that would be 10 p.m. But then you have to convert it from 2200 into Eastern Standard Time. So it's 10 p.m.
About 10:41, is that fair to say?
Yes.
At night.
10:41. Correct, sir.
And then now we have a 12-second elimination time from the time the person hit the send. It was trying to connect for at least 12 seconds. Is that how the record reads?
Correct. And then the connection 4 seconds. Yes, sir.
And there's a 4-second connection. That again, the way I read it is Jeffrey's phone, the 8553 number, calling Mr. Brian Birdman Williams' phone, 2920. Is that correct?
That appears correct.
Okay. Then you have, I believe, right under it. Do you see the next line? It's line number 3759.
Yes, sir.
Same date, and it's 7 minutes later. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And this is a 18-second trying to connect, but no connection. It says 0 conversation.
Fair.
Okay. And then this is the opposite. This is Mr. Brian Williams' phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone. Fair to say?
Yes.
And for the juror's edification, through your investigation, do you have any evidence that Mr. Brian Williams is related, I say I mean blood relation, to Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yeah, to my knowledge, no familial relation.
Okay. The next contact is right underneath it, 3760, 3760. You see that?
I do.
And we're talking about the exact same date and same time. You see that?
I do.
And then we have the same thing, Mr. Brian Williams, performer known as Birdman, 21 second, his call's trying to get through to Jeffrey Williams' phone. It doesn't connect. Is that okay?
Yes, we see what it did there below, but yes, it didn't connect.
Okay.
It rolled to voicemail.
Okay, and that's the next number.
Correct. So that's where, like that, you see the D and the F. So it forwarded to that number, which is going to be AT&T's probably voicemail number. And then we see that actually on to the right where it's highlighted. Yep. Yep. We see that it says VM. So it's indicating that it rolled to voicemail. So that's what we see with those extra kind of digits there.
You know, this is small print. Can you just point to the jurors what you were just referring to, the VM, if you don't mind, behind you on the screen?
So these kind of codes right here, that VM in the middle is voicemail. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. The D is for the number dialed, F is for the call forwarding. And then we see that that is the actual connected number. And that's likely, we could look in the key and we could look in the information, but that's likely going to be just AT&T's rollover to voicemail number. And again, we see that it indicates voicemail. We see that it was the number dialed and number forwarded.
And then all that sequence, that is another contact according to the records. That's why we had 9, right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
So they're kind of clustered, but that explains the records.
So, okay, you're talking about the 2920 while we see this cluster here?
Yeah, like the three, what you're looking at, the items starting at 3758, going through three.
I see what you're saying. Those are clustered. Yes, sir. I see what you're saying.
So even though it says 9 contacts, the contacts could be right up against each other.
That's correct.
All right. Next one, if you don't mind. The next one goes to actually today, 9 years ago. Is that correct? May 16th,
Yes, sir.
2015. And that's item number 1945. Is that true?
Correct, sir. It looks like we went from the call logs to, it looks like, I think we went to the text logs here, the SMST.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we got a different description code there. So this isn't going to be, that's why we're not seeing the dial time, seizure time. We're not seeing that. So it looks like we rolled over to another part of the records.
Agent, would you do me a favor, just point all that out to the jurors, if you don't mind, and explain to them, the difference earlier that they've been seeing and what they're seeing now?
So it kind of looks different if you're paying attention, but what we see here under the description, SMS, the kind of old school for text message, and then a T on the end. So the description code changed. We no longer see like the dialing time and the connection time. We only see connection time. So that's just going to be the time that the text went through, presumably. But obviously the document just kind of appears different because we rolled over from the part of the document that was doing the call log to now we're into the text log of these records. Is that sufficient, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. And then the next one, the 9th one, contact is right underneath it. It's 1946. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Same time. And it's also Mr. Brian Williams texting Jeffrey Williams' phone. Is that how it reads?
Yes, sir.
So just in summary, we're really talking about contact on January 28th, 2015, and March 30th, 2015, where we can show no real conversation according to these records.
According to these records, that's correct.
Right.
These records.
I'm not saying they don't have contact. I'm saying according to these records.
So these records, yes, sir. On these numbers, yes, sir.
And then we jump to May 16th for 2 texts from Mr. Brian Williams to Jeffrey Williams. That's what we got.
Appears so, sir.
All right. And that should be 9 of 9 according to the screen. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go and you explain it to the jury, but you went pretty fast. I mean, not fast, but earlier when you were doing your direct examination with the honorable prosecutor, you also gave us insight into a phone that ends in 5979. Do you recall that one?
Yes.
And if you're looking at something, it's no problem, but just tell the jurors what you're looking at so they could follow along if needed.
I'm just trying to find it so I could speak accurately on it. 5979, you said, sir?
If you don't mind.
It's your cross-examination. There we go. Yes, it's going to be States Exhibit 138 Echo, and then the Echo Alpha and continuing. But yes.
Now, tell the jurors the reason, based upon your investigation, that you sought those records and who they potentially, I understand all the caveats, but who they potentially align with.
Yes, so this is the one that I did just a subpoena for. So did not get location data from these records. And then it's the name associated with it is the YSL Duke name as the registered, the party, the contact name on it.
And that's fine. We could talk about that one. But
You said 5790, correct, sir?
if I did, because we already talked about that other one, right?
Okay.
I was talking about 5979. And if I said it,
5979. Okay, I'm sorry.
yes, and then tell us that code as well. That when I say code, I should have said States Exhibit number.
Oh, you have more? Okay.
Hey, Your Honor, for clarity, can we have the full number of what number Mr. Steele is referencing?
If you could give us the number, please.
I can absolutely do that. It is 504-723-5979.
Yeah, I don't believe we tendered an exhibit with those phone numbers.
I don't see up here, Mr. Steele. I think,
All right.
unless I don't have all of them, I don't think we have that one.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Is that number come up in your investigation?
Can I refresh my memory about our
course.
report? Because if it's not here and we haven't talked about it recently, then
Of course. And I'm not telling you I'm right, but it may be around page 13 of your report, if that helps you. And again, it is 5979.
unless I'm looking in the wrong place, Mr. Steele, I don't see 57 or 59.
5979.
Yes, sir.
It's not on page 13.
I don't see that, sir.
Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I just have 1 second?
Yes, you can, sir.
Thank you. What- Okay, I was right near it, page 68.
68, okay.
Should have known by my,
I started questioning myself over here.
oh, don't question yourself. That was-
Page 68.
That was nowhere close to 13.
And what were you saying the last four were, sir? 5979?
5979, that's correct.
Okay, so according to the report, that's going to be another contact number for the account associated with Brian Williams, that 2920. So that name is entered into the subscriber information as a contact number for the Brian Williams 2920 phone. If that gives you,
So just for completeness, I want to run those numbers on Jeffrey Williams' records, which have already been admitted into evidence, okay?
okay.
Haley, if you can help us and show the jury. And again, Your Honor, we're showing State's Exhibit 137E with the court's permission. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir.
And did you find that number? I know you said it's associated with Mr. Brian Williams, cash money. Is that what you told the jurors earlier?
It's listed as a contact number for the 2920 account.
Okay. And the 2920 is what we just talked about. That's Mr. Brian Williams or Birdman performing.
That's the number that I had probable cause and got a search warrant for and reference this investigation.
Okay.
So yes, sir.
And I just want to be complete because it has something to do with Mr. Brian Williams. So Haley, I think just run, you could check it. According to Jeffrey Williams' records, tell the jurors whether Jeffrey Williams has any contact with the association number of 5979 of Mr. Brian Williams.
It appears not.
All right. Let's go to, a person who you had through your investigation, a cell number for a gentleman named Shannon Stillwell.
I don't know if we have it in evidence, but I know the name came up in the investigation. Yes, sir.
Can you look at now page 13 if you don't mind?
Page 13.
Tell me if that refreshes your memory
All right.
and what that number is or numbers are. We're gonna have to spell out those numbers for the jurors too, if they haven't heard them before.
So if I recall correctly, Shannon Stillwell also goes by Shannon Jackson.
Okay. Yeah,
Correct.
Sure.
And so that name, I do have a phone number listed. If you don't mind me just for ease, just reading it off.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
404
Just go slow because people are writing.
957 3059 is what we have for Shannon Jackson. And that's just under the name portion of the report.
Okay, does he have two numbers in your report? And if not,
It looked duplicative. It looked like it was the same number on there twice.
can you just look closer? And if they are different, just read them both. We'll do them both.
So there's a digit change, 404-951-3059, I think would be the other one. So it's same area code, same last four digits. The middle digits have changed.
Okay, and look, I'm not looking at the document right now, so help me.
Yep.
First number you just read, or the number you just read, can you repeat that number one more time?
404-957-3059.
Okay,
And then the second number is 404-951-3059.
okay. All right, we're going to search those numbers. Is that okay?
It's your cross-examination, sir.
All right, well, and I appreciate
If
that.
I said no,
You said
would
no?
that matter?
It could matter, actually, knowing me, it could matter. All right, if Haley can run it, the last four digits are the same, or however, you just make it complete. And she's putting in 3059, correct? Is that the number that you just gave us, the last four? For
That's the
both of
last-
those numbers?
That's the last four. It might need to put in more, yeah.
Okay, can you put in more of the numbers?
It looked like it pulled the area code of not the correct phone number.
Does that look the right number?
It does.
Okay, and how many results on Jeffrey Williams' cell phone records, AT&T, January 1, 2015 through the 15th of July, 2015?
Again, for these records, it shows no contact for these records.
Okay. And then I think there's a second number that we
There-
should
there was.
try, shouldn't we? Is that just for completeness? So, and that's the 957-3059. Same answer?
Same answer, sir.
All right. Okay. Now, I'd like to go to Mr. Winfrey's cell records, if that's okay with you. And Your Honor, that is already in evidence. I hope. Let me make sure, Your Honor.
133E.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right, sir. And may Haley put it on the screen, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And these are going to not be AT&T records. These are going to be Sprint records. Is that right, correct?
That's correct, Sprint records.
And with Sprint records, explain to the jurors whether we need to do that conversion or if it's going to come up in Eastern Standard Time.
So Sprint should come back Eastern Standard Time per these records.
Okay.
If I recall correctly.
Perfect. And that's why the records, I assume, look a little different just because it's a different company. Is that?
Different company, different way of analyzing the data, different key, telling you how to analyze the data.
Now, I want to use his records because you made a decision, you didn't, as you walk through this, some of it's dark and you shine lights on it through your investigation, but you got April 1, 2015 records to April 30, 2015 records. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And you weren't trying to limit yourself. That's just at that time you were targeting the 25th day of April 2015 going to 26th day of April. So you got that whole month.
Yes. So basically like the investigative strategy is I kind of didn't know what I had at the point. We just learned of Winfrey being a potential suspect, got probable cause on it. I'm targeting a smaller window. Once I start expanding the investigation, I then have justification, like probable cause justification to kind of expand some searches. So yeah, these records for him were very specific to that window of time that I was investigating and looking for.
And just for the jurors' edification, you did not go back. I'm not casting aspersions at all, but you did not go back and get additional records. This is the records we have.
This is the records, correct. This is the records I have. I didn't do a secondary search warrant expanding anything larger on him.
All right. And I just want you'd explain to the jurors from this 1 month of April 2015, help them understand how many entries or contacts does Mr. Winfrey have in that 30-day period? And Haley's going to show it on the screen with your permission, but you're looking at the document itself. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's 97 pages in this document that looks like the complete records, and I'm sure this will be a different format. This will tell us. 4,362 is what's highlighted.
Okay, and that's within 30 days. So just quick math, if you can, 4,362 divided by 30. How many calls is that approximately?
A day. I'm not a math guy. That's hundreds a day. It would be safe to say.
All right. Okay. And these records for that 1 month for Jeffrey's phone, I just want to show them on Jeffrey's phone, what I'm calling Jeffrey's phone, 8553. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So if Haley runs that search. We get one contact. You see that?
I see the one contact.
She could scroll. Do me a favor, Haley, please show every page. It won't be all that long.
I don't see the control F like the box that we had on the other set, and maybe it's just because Excel searching differently. Okay,
You see that?
yeah, it's only toggling between the two. Yes, sir.
And that's item number, just for the jurors, 4,297. And it is, Mr., you may have to go to the top, but if you know it, if you don't know, don't agree with me. Please don't agree with me. But that should be Mr. Winfrey's phone calling what we're calling Jeffrey's phone. Fair to say? And if you don't know, just say, I don't.
That's correct. The left column is calling number. That second to the left, which is the middle for the phone number digits, is the called number. So the number they're attempting, basically they're connected to. And then the third one is the dial digits, is what Sprint is calling it. So oftentimes they'll be the same, kind of the same thing. Maybe something's forwarded, maybe someone has something like that. So you'll see a difference, but these are the same. So the number dialed is the number that received or connected to, if we want to say it that way.
And the date of that call,
That's going to be April 28th, 2015.
okay, and the time of that call? And I know it's military, but then make it into,
Yes, that's just 2010, but we don't need to do the conversion. So 2010 is going to be 8:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
and the jurors may remember, otherwise we could show it again if you don't remember, but that corresponds with Jeffrey's records of that 810 attempted contact by Mr. Winfrey to Jeffrey. Fair
I
to
believe
say?
that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that is the only contact for 30 days between Mr. Winfrey's phone records, according to this, right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. I'd like to go back to, it just seems easier for me anyway, Jeffrey's phone records, if I may, and that is, Your Honor, number admitted into evidence, states number 137E. Okay, thank you, sir. So on the screen should be, if you can orient yourself, you see that to be Jeffrey's, what we're calling Jeffrey's phone records.
Yes.
All right. And with this, if Haley, if you don't mind putting in for the agent, Mr. Winfrey's contact, I know we did it before, but now I want to be specific, okay? If you could put in his phone number, which ends, for the jurors' edification again, the 3383 number, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you see the 78 contacts?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go through them. It should not take all that much time, but if you can help the jury understand it, okay? First contact, is it fair to say it's item number 522?
Yes.
And that's on January 9th of 2015?
Yes.
And we got conversions here, right? For Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ignore the conversions for now on this exercise because
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you. But the jurors will know that if they want to look at these records, they will have to subtract the 4 hours. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So just for the first one, you would say that's 3:11 contact.
Correct.
Subtract 4 hours, it would be 11:11 at night.
Correct.
All right. Okay, and that is Mr. Winfrey calling Mr. Jeffrey Williams. Fair to say?
Yes,
All right, and that with no connection. You see the 000?
I do.
All right, and then the next one is the same date at the same time, but another call, Mr. Winfrey not connecting with Jeffrey Williams. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, let's go. Let's go to the next one. That's number 3. Same date, same time. You see the top is 5:24.
I do.
And again, you have Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams, and you explain the voicemail. You see that in the line to the right.
Yep, the feature, under features tab, we see the VM, and then we see the number dialed and the number forwarded to. Yes, sir.
And then the next one is 5:25, and again, the same date, January 9, 2015, a minute later. So it says 3:12. We understand the conversion. And that again has no connection with Jeffrey Williams. Fair to say?
That's fair.
Then the next one, next several ones, is again Mr. Winfrey, same date, a minute later, calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connections. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right, and if we go to the next round. And that's going to be 2:21:15, and it's Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey's phone. You see that?
I do.
And that has a 34-second connection, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right. And that could be a call, could be a voicemail, but it could be a call. We believe it's a call.
We don't see VM notated under the features, so
We believe it's a call. That fair to say?
fair to say.
Okay. And then the next one is same time. And it seems to be exact. It's the same date, same time, same amount of time elapsed. So for whatever reason, that's how the records read. Fair to say?
Correct. Correct.
Can you explain that? Because if you can, please do.
Yeah, I don't want to make assumptions, and I'd have to like start digging in. There's 2 entries there, 2 different seizure times, 2 different call times. So it's possible that the second phone call was at the same minute time. It's just 2 different phone calls, maybe elapsed over into the next minute. There could be an explanation in there, but we'd have to dig and read the key and get super in depth into it.
But the bottom line would be, to be fair, it may be a 34-second call.
Correct.
Okay. The next one. It's Mr. Winfrey again calling Mr. Williams, and that's the same date of February 21, 2015. You see that?
I do.
And that's no duration. Fair to say?
Correct.
And the next one is a little lower. The next day is February 22, 2015. And again, Mr. Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams, no connection.
That's correct.
And then the next one is about the same time, Mr. Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. Fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
And then the next one is about the same time. It looks identical, actually. And it's a 7-second connection, but that's what you explained to the jurors, could be a voicemail.
It appears the records indicate that there's a voicemail.
Okay. And then Mr. Winfrey, I don't know, what is that, 21 minutes later, same date though, February 22, 2015. You see that calls again, Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams' phone, but no connection. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then the next one, and I'm on 2093. On February 22, 2015, again, no connection. Jeffrey Williams' phone was called by Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Correct.
And then the next one is going to be the same time, same date, February 22, 2015. And again, that's the voicemail that you explained to us.
Correct.
All right. And then the next one is going to be the same date, but later. And you have Mr. Winfrey again calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection.
Correct.
Then the next one is the exact same date, and there's a 1-second connection. And Mr. Winfrey again calling Jeffrey Williams, right?
Correct.
And then the next one is the same date, maybe an hour and a minute later, Mr. Winfrey again calling Jeffrey Williams, no connection, right?
Correct.
Now we're on a 2 days later, it's February 24th, 2015. Mr. Winfrey is connected to Jeffrey Williams' phone for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the first time that the two phones connected so far?
Through these records for phone calls, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then the next one that we see is the same exact day, which is February 24th, 2015. You see it?
Yes,
And then same exact time, the 23:23. See that?
I do.
And then for whatever reason, one of them says 1:06, one of them says 1:05. You see all that?
Yes,
Okay. It seems like same date, same time, and a second off for the connection.
correct. Different dial length of times, but second off the connection time, yes.
Yeah. Can you explain that without, with all your,
I mean, we probably have to dig into more, but it would be an assumption on my part without having dig into the records, AT&T, and studying how they do it more. But it could be just when the call's connected versus it hangs up and then calls again. It could be something internal with AT&T, why it's duplicating in such a manner. But there's a different dial length of time and there's a different connection time is what we're seeing there.
okay.
Yeah.
The next one is a day later. It's again, Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey's phone, right? No connection.
Yes, sir.
And then right under it, same scenario, same date, same time, but it's no connection, basically. And Mr. Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams. Fair to say?
Correct.
So far, has Jeffrey Williams called Mr. Winfrey ever
Objection, Your Honor, ever.
on these
I
records?
sustain the objection as to form.
Excuse me, I'm obviously talking about the records.
Agreed. On these records, what we're looking at, we have not yet seen the other number calling the 3383, the 8553 calling 3383.
And just because I'm a named person, the number that you've associated through your investigator, Jeffrey Williams, so far, I'm not saying it doesn't change, by the way, so far has not called Jimmy Winfrey's number that we associate with Jimmy Winfrey.
Correct.
All right, let's go to the next one, if that's okay. Are we at the next one? Okay, I'm sorry, I lost my way. Okay, now it jumps to, let's see. See the April 29th, 2015?
Correct.
Now, I want to take a second on this, if you don't mind. The other Jimmy Winfrey cell phone showed it was April 28th, 2015 contact. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jurors how these records align, even though one says April 28th, 2015, one says April 29th, 2015?
It's just that UTC thing again.
Just explain it to me if you don't mind.
This is showing the 29th because it's basically 12:10 p.m. UTC is what, or AM, excuse me, 12:10 a.m. for that GMT UTC time. And the other records will likely show 4:28:15 because it's already converted. Sprint's already done the conversion to Eastern Standard Time. So although it looks like different dates, it's actually, they're actually talking about the same time.
Okay, and thank you so much. And then the next one, that doesn't connect again, right? That's Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams, right?
Correct.
Or the phone's associated with them. And then the one underneath it, it's the exact same time and duration, but they have it as two different contacts. You see that?
Correct.
All right. Next one. Then goes to the top. That's
We jumped from like 28 to 78. I think.
can we do that again? Thank you. Can you go back to 28?
You see what I'm saying, Mr. Steele?
I see what you're saying. You have the physical records in front of you?
No, not for the whole spreadsheet. It's on a disk. They didn't give me the whole spreadsheet for that.
See if she could do it this way. I'm sorry. 23 is, it says 4/29, 2015. Can you get to 24? Okay, thank you. All right, and thank you so much. All right, the next one is May 6, 2015. You see that?
I do.
And just for completeness, item number 6163, right?
Correct.
All right, and that again, Mr. Jimmy Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone
Yes,
and no connection, fair to say?
correct.
The next one is the same date, May 6, 2015. A minute later, it's the same thing, Mr. Jimmy Winfrey calling Mr. Jeffrey Wood. What we're designating this for the purpose of this communication, Mr. Jeffrey Williams' phone, correct?
Correct.
And no connection, right? Is that true?
Yes, I'm
All
sorry.
right. Now we have on May 6, 2015, this should be the first time, if I'm wrong, correct me. This is Jeffrey Williams' phone calling and connecting to Jimmy Winfrey's phone for approximately 5 minutes or 4 minutes, 52 seconds. Does that sound right?
That appears correct, yes.
All right. And is that the first time that you remember, the jurors will remember too, that Jeffrey Williams' phone called Jimmy Winfrey's phone?
I mean, from what we've done today, yes.
Okay. And that would be May 6, 2015, right?
Correct.
All right, great. Okay. The next one should be right under it. You see that, May 6, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And that is pretty much after that call ended, that 4-minute, 52-second call. Now we're at 20:06. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that's Jimmy Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, a 1-minute-and-16-second connection, presumably a contact.
Correct.
All right. And then the next one is again the same date. It has the same time and it has the same duration at 1 minute, 16 seconds. You see that?
Correct.
All right. So I can't explain. I know you said you could assume, but you have to dig in.
Yeah.
Same answer?
Mhm.
Okay. The next one is again, May 6, 2015, 7 minutes later. And that is again, Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, connection of 56 seconds.
Correct.
The next one is the same date, the same time with the same duration, 56 seconds. We're going to have the same answer.
Correct.
You'd have to dig in. Okay. May 6, 2015, again, Mr. Jimmy Winfrey is calling Jeffrey Williams, and that's a 1-minute-and-3-second connection phone conversation. That we're assuming phone
Correct.
conversation. Okay. The next one is May 6, 2015. Again, and you have the same exact duplicate that we've been talking about.
Correct.
Okay, so whatever it is. Then the next one is May 6, 2015, 2 minutes later, and Jimmy Winfrey is calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection.
Correct.
And then the next one we have is item number 6173. Again, May 6, 2015, and it's Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then it's same thing, same time, and it goes to voicemail as you explained to the jurors.
Correct.
And it's Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone and forwarded the whole thing you explained before.
Correct.
All right, let's go to the next one. May 6th again. Again, Jimmy Winfrey phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Again, May 6th, 2015, Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection.
Correct.
The next one is number 6177, May 6, 2015. Again, Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. Fair?
Fair.
And the same is going to be for the next number, and then the next one is going to be that voicemail as you explained to us, so that Jimmy Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and presumably, I'm not saying he is, but leaving a voicemail. Or
Correct.
more voice message.
I understand. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the next one, if you don't mind. It's May 8th now. It's a new date, 2015. It's line number 6346. And again, Jimmy Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And then it's the same quadrant we're in because they're similar, but Mr. Winfrey's calling on the next number, 6347. Mr. Jeffrey Williams' phone, no connection. And then Mr. Winfrey leaves a voicemail according to these records.
Correct.
All right. And the next one. Now we're at May 15th, 2015. And this is Jimmy Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, no answer or no connection. Fair to say?
Correct.
And the same thing for underneath it.
That's correct.
And then it's just kind of a pattern. The next one, Jimmy Winfrey leaves a voicemail of 6 seconds. Fair to say?
Correct.
All right. Now we're up to today's date, but 9 years ago. And again, Jimmy Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and there is a conversation for 3 minutes or 2 minutes, 59 seconds. You see that?
I do.
And then underneath it, it's the same phenomena that you said you'd have to dig into, but it's the same date and time and the same elapsed time, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Mr. Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone. You see that?
Correct.
All right. And then underneath it, 3 minutes later, you have Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone for 3 seconds, no connection. True?
That's correct.
And then that's going to be the same for the next item, a 6 second dial, but no connection. Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, right?
Correct.
And then on item number 6938, we have a 5 second connection, but you explained that that's a voicemail that is left, presumably left by Jimmy Winfrey or the holder of that phone, the 3383 on Jeffrey Williams' phone, 8553. Fair?
Correct.
All right, if we go to the next one. Now we're up to May 21 of 2015. Again, you have Jimmy Winfrey calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and that's a 16-second connection. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the next one. We have May 21 again. You have Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone for a 15-second connection. Right?
Correct.
And then the next line, Jimmy Winfrey's calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, May 21, 2015, no connection.
That's correct.
And that goes on for the next 2 calls. And then again, we have the voicemail from Jimmy Winfrey to Jeffrey Williams.
Correct.
All right. The next one. Is May 21, 2015. You see where it says Jimmy Winfrey's phone does not connect with Jeffrey Williams' phone?
Correct.
And then the same thing for the next call, fair to say. And then you have that voicemail phenomenon, 8 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And the next one is on the same date, but later, and you have no connection between the 2 phones, fair to say?
Correct.
And then you have on May 21, 2015, line 7390, you have a 7-second connection for the phenomenon of the voicemail that you explained.
Yes.
I don't know if it's a phenomenon, but the
Phenomenon.
the
yeah.
code, the code.
The
voice.
code. Yeah.
All right, and then the next one, we have Jeffrey Williams' phone on May 21, 2015, calling for 17 seconds, Jimmy Winfrey's phone. You see that?
I do.
All right. And that relationship between the calls of Jimmy Winfrey to Jeffrey Williams is about a minute later.
Correct.
All right. And is that the second time that Jeffrey Williams' phone called Mr. Winfrey's phone?
What we've seen today. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, the next one would be May 21, 2015. Again, no connection, but Mr. Winfrey's phone's calling Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Correct.
And the next one is right underneath it, same exact response. And it looks similar. I'm not saying it's the same, but it looks similar.
Yes, sir.
No connection. Okay. Now we're up to May 21, 2015. You again have Jimmy Winfrey's phone leaving the voicemail for Jeffrey Williams' phone, 4 seconds. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Then the next one would be May 22, 2015. That's Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone. There is a 1 second connection which says no elapsed time, whatever that is. That's what the records read, right?
Correct.
But underneath it, it has a voicemail component to it. Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone. Same time, same date. Okay. The next one. Now we're at May 24th, 2015. You have Jimmy Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and looks like a conversation, a potential conversation, 37 seconds. Fair?
Yes.
And then right underneath it, it's the same exact information, except one says 10 seconds and the other one says 14. Otherwise, they both have 30 seconds.
That's correct, sir.
37 seconds. Okay. Next. Now we're up to June 1st. Now you have Jeffrey Williams' phone calling Mr. Winfrey's phone, and it's a connection for 2 seconds. You see that?
I do.
And then right away, you have Mr. Williams' phone being called by Mr. Winfrey's phone, and there's a conversation that appears to be 1:40. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then the records seemingly, I'm not saying there's not a reason for it, but they seemingly duplicate that same contact.
Correct, sir.
All right. And now we're in,
Text messages.
yes, sir. So this would be a text message from Jimmy Winfrey's phone to Jeffrey Williams' phone
That's right
on
here, sir.
April 5,
Yes, sir.
2015. And it looks like consecutive item number 1073 and 1074. Fair?
Yes.
All right. And that just picked up, that item number just picked up the phone
Correct.
number. Okay. And then you have, we went backwards. We have at the bottom of the screen. That's the end? Okay, that's back to beginning. So from all of that information, there are two, I call them text messages, but I think you said SMS messages,
Correct.
and that's on April 5, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And they're at 14:28, so you subtract the 4 hours, so we're talking about what time? 10:28 in the morning?
Something like that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were both from, if you didn't notice, they're both from Mr. Winfrey to Jeffrey Williams. Fair to say?
I believe that is what I recall. Yes, sir.
Okay. So out of the 70 plus hits, we have Jeffrey Williams calling Mr. Winfrey a total of 4 times, 3 times.
I believe that's accurate. Yes, sir.
On May 6, 2015 for 4 minutes, 54 seconds. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
On May 21, 2015 for 17 seconds. And on June 1, 2015 for 2 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And no text messages from Jeffrey Williams to Mr. Winfrey, according to these records.
On this phone for this service, that's correct, sir.
I just want to put in perspective.
Outstanding objection.
But you do have Mr. Jimmy Winfrey call. You're just saying on these records, that's what that shows.
Correct. I'm qualifying it because that's these records. There's apps, there's FaceTime, there's other methods of communication that aren't captured on these records with this data. So that's why I'm qualifying it.
And you want to be fair to the jurors to know, but this is the evidence we have.
Correct. This is AT&T records for standard phone calls and standard text messages, but there's other applications, other services that can be utilized to communicate that aren't captured on these records
Right, but we
and
can't,
other phones.
and we can't, like you said, we can't speculate, so this is what we have.
These are the records that were collected from AT&T. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk with you about the sister of Jeffrey Williams.
Okay.
Do you know, and I heard you say you can't differentiate the people, that doesn't matter for purposes, but do you know the sister with the 1990 number? Do you know who you would refer that person as?
No, I just know the two Greer sisters, and I know the name, Amina Diop, that the records were in. But no, I did not do a deep dive into the sisters or anything like that.
Okay. The 1990 number. That is, you got phone records for that number, didn't you?
We did.
Okay. And that's been admitted, I believe, check me if you can. One state's exhibit number 134E. Just tell me if I'm wrong though, please.
134E. That appears correct.
Okay. Donna, can we show 134E state's exhibit? It's already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and I think that Haley just put it on the screen. You see where it says, and she highlighted it for us. I just unhighlighted, but you see where it says the phone number there?
I do, sir.
All right. And this number was also used a lot with the graphic. You got historic cell site location data for that phone, didn't you?
Historical cell site data, yes, sir.
And that's how you were able to show the towers and the towers that were employed by that phone when it connected to, and you did it, you gave us different areas on the circular map.
That's
Remember
correct. Yes, that's correct, sir.
All right. Now, were you aware that, or do you associate this phone with a woman known as Dolly, by any chance, Jeffrey's sister Dolly? And if you don't, that's fine.
I've heard the name come up, but again, my part of the investigation in reference to this incident, I didn't dig deep into, the sisters or the names, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Well, can we just call it one of Jeffrey Williams' sister's phones?
That's fine by me,
Or the
sir.
sister's phone just for ease, is that okay?
This is the YSL Enterprise phone. Yes, sir.
And through your investigation, you believed that it was used by Jeffrey Williams' sister. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
All right. Now, this phone is clearly in Atlanta because you were able to get the cell site historical data.
That's correct, sir.
All right. And this phone also was called in a jail call. If you remember that you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was a discussion and what is the number, and that number actually, the 1990 number, is actually on and captured on a jail call that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury heard. Fair to say?
That's correct.
And during that jail recorded call, Jeffrey Williams actually gets on that call. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he was at an event, they talk about in that call, an event for the Free Roscoe campaign. Do you remember that?
I do remember Free Roscoe being mentioned, yes, sir.
And there were various people on the call, but they were saying that the event is whatever, tuned up or whatever, but popular. It was going on right then and there. Correct? It was
Yes,
at a
sir.
park.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you know Dolly, excuse me, the sister, had a relationship with Jimmy Winfrey in 2015? Were you aware of that?
Objection around to the
I stand the objection.
Through your investigation, did you gather evidence that Jimmy Winfrey and the sister were in a relationship?
No, sir.
Do you remember on a jail call, if you remember, between Jimmy Winfrey and the sister talking about you cheated on me and we were going to get married? Remember that?
I don't remember that, sir.
Okay. During a break or in front of jury, but I may want, you heard jail calls on this case, right?
I did listen to jail calls, yes, sir.
Okay. I may refresh your memory and then, or try to refresh your memory.
I stand the objection, Mr. Shilcomb.
I will come, okay. I will come back to that. Do you know, as you sit here now, the relationship between the sister and Jimmy Winfrey in and around April 2015?
No, sir. My investigation was focused on basically the shooting and what happened and who did it at that time. I didn't investigate the sister or anything like that, no.
Okay. Obviously, the sister is not, I shouldn't say obviously. In your investigation, was the sister phone in the same location as the Jimmy Winfrey phone on the early morning hours that you helped us with on April 26, 2015? Were they in the same like vehicle, let's say?
Objection to speculation about being in the same vehicle.
I sustain the objection.
According to your investigation and the plots that you showed us, were those two phones together?
Objection to speculation as to whether or not the two phones were together.
I sustain the objection.
Based upon your work in this case, did the two phones diverge? Meaning one is sitting off a cell phone that the other one is not?
That's correct. They're at the same time at basically different towers, I would say.
Do you have any evidence that the sister was in the white Camaro on or around the 25th day of April 2015 going into the 26th day of April 2015?
I don't have any evidence that the sister was in the Camaro.
And there were a lot of contacts, and we'll go over them, that the state put on the board, and you helped us create that board, between the 1990 phone and the 3383 phone, so the sister phone and the Jimmy Winfrey phone, during April 25th going into April 26th, and around that time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know what was the discussion between those two phones or the parties on those phones?
I have no way to know the content of those phone calls.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to go through using the 1990 AT&T records. And for AT&T records, we do have to do that conversion. I'm not going to ask you to do it, but the jurors will remember. Fair to say?
Fair.
And this is the sister, what I'm calling, what you investigated, the sister's phone, and it's. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. So if we can put in the contacts between the sister's phone and Jimmy Winfrey's 3383. And see how many contacts we have. Now, to be fair, tell the jurors, because I should have oriented them, what are the dates of these records that you got for the 1990 phone?
Oh, we see January 1st, so I spanned it to there. Let me see if probably easier if
On screen?
the person operating it might be able to do it faster because we only did the snippet of the records here. So it's ending on May 27th, 2015.
So this one's going January 1, 2015, just about 6 months, right before June 1, 2015, but specifically May 27, 2000.
That's what we see here on the screen. Yes, sir.
All right, so if we could go back. And between those dates, of approximately 6 months, I know it's not perfect, but according to these records, and you've already explained some of the records seem duplicate, but according to these records, it's going to be 367 contacts between the two of them in the approximately 6 months. Fair to say?
That's what these records show.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Now, we have the total hits of 367. If we go to April, if you need to see anything else, just let us know to explain it to the jury to make it complete. But we go to April 2015, okay?
Sure.
And look at the first hit. When I say hit, I'm talking about the connection.
So we got there.
You see it?
For April?
Yeah. Okay. So we start with the first day of April, and you have Mr. Winfrey calling, and I'm not going to go through all these, but the general scenario, you have Mr. Winfrey calling, and you'll see Miss, we're going to go through them. You see Miss, or the sister's phone trying to call Mr. Winfrey phone, if we're just going to go through them, okay?
Okay.
And if you see anything that's of interest, just stop me, but I'm just going to scroll. There's no contact so far. And it went from April 1 to April 5, fair to say?
Yes, in these records, that's correct.
And then we're going to go again. Well, we skipped, so let's go back. So you have April 5, and there's communication between both phones, and they're calling each other. Did you notice that? The phones are, the 1990s calling the 3383, and the other way, 3383 is calling the 1990. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And sometimes they connect, sometimes they don't connect. Sometimes it's for 4 minutes, sometimes it's for 3 minutes, sometimes it's 0. Fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And then we're in 4-5 at item number 11560, 11,560. You could continue. Now we're at 4-6. 4-7. Now we're at 4-8. 4-9, the next day. So far, these phones, I'm not saying it's every single day, but they connect a fair amount. Is that fair to say?
For someone in a relationship, I don't want to judge that, but they connect.
Okay.
They connect throughout the month, but I don't know if it's a lot or not a lot. I don't.
Fair enough. And if people are together, they don't have to use their phones potentially.
That's also true.
And then next one is 412. And it's just, and then we're going to stop and look at some of these documents, but they're speaking, and then you explained to us the 426 connections, didn't you? And if not, we can go through them.
You told me on direct?
Yes.
Yes, we talked about the 426 connections.
All right. Then I'd like to go to
Mr. Steele, before you transition, I have on good authority, we need to take a comfort break. So why don't we do that for 10 minutes? So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break for 10 minutes and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay. All right. We're in recess. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us, so we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, I have it on good authority that some of you are hungry and want to eat. So we're going to go ahead and yield to that request and break for lunch at this point in time. So if I could have you all come back for, it's 12:45 this point in time, 1:45, and we'll get started shortly thereafter, okay? All right. All right, so we'll be in recess until 1:45. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess until 1:45, okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat. We are on a break, and I'm actually inside the courthouse right now, and it looks like the judge might miscalculate the breaks. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Where we at here? All right, put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you can put a one in the chat. We are on lunch break. And I'm actually in the courthouse right now. Okay, we're gonna do our own roll call. Tari, I see you. Oh yeah, the relationship. Well, Mr. Still is warming up. He's warming up right now. So we're going to see where does this line of questioning go. But how significant is that, ladies and gentlemen, that this agent didn't know about the relationship? Is that really significant? That's the question I have. How significant is that? How significant is that? We'll see. We'll see. We're getting some feedback. But we'll- Okay, guys, I'm going to be on a 15-minute break, and I'll be back.
Good afternoon, family and community. Thank you, press, for sharing this day. This is a heavy moment, not just for this family. It's not just a heavy moment for the community. This is a heavy moment for the nation. It is a dark moment in our history that one of our patriots was slain not on foreign field, slain right here domestically, just for the crime of being Black in America. He's taken an oath to defend our democracy and our Constitution, only to come back home and see that the warfare is still real. We are not in a post-racial society. While so much of the press today is outside of the New York courthouse, today we are in the throes of a church, calling not for warfare, calling for justice, calling for peace, calling for understanding. I stand today with the family of a patriot, an American patriot, somebody who pledged his life that this would be for his sisters, for his family, for his friends, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Before we go further, we just wanted to start with a moment of prayer. Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryan, I'm the pastor here at New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, Stonecrest, Georgia. Today, we go to God in prayer. Good and gracious God, we come to you today weeping. We come to you today because we're troubled. We come to you today because we trust you even when we don't understand. We pray right now that every available angel will now descend on this family and give them comfort in this season of trauma. I pray, dear Lord, that your presence will abide, that justice will be found, that mercy will be meted out, and that peace will exceed our understanding. We pray just as your son did in the Garden of Gethsemane, not our will, but your will be done. In Jesus' name, another soldier who was killed innocently so that others might have life. Amen. Amen. I want to yield now to our lead attorney, who is a champion for justice. I come really with the sobering reality that this is our class reunion. Attorney Crump and I first joined together over the case of Trayvon Martin. And we have crisscrossed around the country. And now it's come right to our front steps. The family has absolute confidence in Attorney Crump, in his conviction, in his passion, really his commitment of making sure that those who are left unseen will be seen. We welcome now Attorney Crump.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bryant, for opening up your cathedral, not only for this press conference, but for the homegoing services for Roger Fortson, a homegoing celebration for an American patriot, which will take place tomorrow here at New Birth at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you also, not only for your prayers, but your leadership for social justice. A lot of times when others who have barely cloth would not take a stand, you took a stand for God's children, all of God's children. So thank you for that. This is emotional. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Natalie Jackson, Attorney Brian Barr of Levin Papatone Law Firm. We have the honor of representing the family of Roger Fortson. Present with us today is his mother, Mika Fortson, his father, Roger Wilburn, his little sister, Harmony, his little brother, Andre, his sister from Los Angeles, his sisters from Los Angeles, Raven and Tiffany, his uncle from Los Angeles, Maurice Washington, and a host of cousins and loved ones who are standing strong with his family, trying to keep especially his mother upright, doing something that is so unbelievable to her and his father. And you're going to hear from them in just a minute. And you hear from his sisters as well. It is going to be emotional. This is not just a hashtag. Roger was real. He was the hope for so many of them. And that's why this is so emotional. But what we're going to do is talk about some important updates for the case. The video came out and you all got to see it. But yet, as his mother said, they cannot stain his reputation. But she feels as long as they continue to say that they went to the right apartment, they're staining his reputation because Roger did not have any domestic disturbance. Roger had no criminal history. Roger has never ever been accused of domestic violence. I mean, and so for her and his father Roger to hear these things, it's as if they're staining his reputation, his good name. I know, Dr. Bryant, my mother always tells me, a good name is worth more than silver and gold. That's biblical. Roger had a good name. He was a good young man, had the brightest of futures. And so we start with addressing what his mother believes is this narrative to stain his reputation. And I'm sure she's going to speak on that herself very directly to you all. But the transcript, if we could put it up, because you saw the video, but it's important that you see the words. And we have them, Dr. Bryant has them on all of the facilities, and we're going to hand them out to you. But the parts that are germane, it starts, the body cam time stamp is now visible on the video, and it starts at 16 hours, 28 minutes, 45 seconds when they have the interaction with the woman who we believe is with the leasing office of the apartment. The deputy walks outside to meet the woman in the parking lot. The deputy says, "Are they fighting or something?" The woman says, she was saying that it happens frequently. The deputy says, okay. The woman says, but this time it sounded like it was getting out of hand. The deputy at 16:29.09 seconds says, okay, which door? I pause there for emphasis because her response is, I'm not sure. Then she continues on. 2 weeks ago, I was walking by their apartment, basically on this side, and I was hearing someone yell, like, shut the F up, and you stupid B word, and all this other stuff. And I heard a slap, like right after that. But I wasn't sure, second time, where it came from. The deputy says, okay. And the woman says, and I couldn't call, I didn't want to call the police. The deputy then says, which room is it? And now this third time, she says, 1401. The deputy says 1401, okay. The woman again affirms 1401. But the girl sounded scared. The one that called, she said she was like, it's getting out of hand. It sounds like it's getting really out of hand. And so that obviously points out a lot about how they got to 1401. And so he got on the elevator. The deputy said, so just hit number 4, huh? And the woman says, yeah. The deputy says, okay. He asked, will you do me a favor? Will you stand out there and direct the deputy that's coming through this area? Woman says, okay, it's like you're going to go up to the 4th and it's going to be on this side. Deputy says, got you. Deputy says, got you. Then the deputy says, 312 111. Deputy radio call again, 312-111. The deputy goes to door E1401. It's important. They say this is domestic disturbance going on, but watch the body cam video and more importantly, listen to the body cam video. You can hear birds chirping. Deputy knocks loudly and then steps to the side out of the view of the peephole. If it's the police knocking and you want the person inside to know you're the police at the door, why are you stepping out from in front of the peephole so they can see who it is? The deputy knocks loudly and steps to the side out of the view of the peephole. 16:31 and 18 seconds. You hear Roger's dog, Chloe, bark. 16:31:41. You hear a voice. Unsure who's the voice or what it says, but you hear a voice. And then the deputy knocks again and steps to the side again in the video. Then the deputy knocks and says, sheriff's office, open the door. Deputy knocks again, steps back to the side again. Don't really understand what's going on. But he said, knocks again, says, sheriff's office, open the door. 16:32 at 01 second, Roger begins to open the door. The deputy at 16:32.02 seconds says, step back. You watch the video, you see Roger is complying. He's stepping back. And then the deputy executes him. 6 shots, 6 times. And it's only after he is shot that he gives a verbal command of drop the gun, drop the gun. And even while Roger Fortson, this American patriot, is on the ground, shot and dying, he is still trying to comply. He tells him it's over there. The deputy yells again, drop the gun. He says, I don't have it. Deputy radio called 312, shots fired, suspect down, do not move. 312, get me EMS to my location. That's everything from the body cam video. Obviously, you all have the FaceTime video from his girlfriend that shows when he's on the ground, he's saying, I can't breathe. And they're still yelling commands. Still yelling commands. If somebody got Kleenexes. And we knew this was going to be emotional, but talking with his family, they want the record to be straight. They want the record to be straight. And so this next part is the new evidence that we're presenting to further show that they're not at the right apartment. They're not at the right apartment. And obviously, we think both things are important. They're not at the right apartment. And then, and within seconds of opening the front door, saying, Roger, who is a licensed, registered gun owner, the police just, we believe, used excessive force and execute him. 6 shots, bam, 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 bam. And he has to pull the trigger those many times. We just think it's excessive force on top of him being at the wrong apartment. So now what you're going to hear is the radio traffic from the police officers that night that have been condensed to get rid of the stuff that is not relevant to what's going on at this apartment complex where Roger Fortson was shot and killed. And so to the sound engineer, Ricardo, we're going to now play.
Go ahead. 319 racetrack, 319 racetrack, and the unit 1401-1401. We got prognosis physical silver season. Silver. 111 silver, get it back. Got it. 238. Getting rid of the colony is all that pretty cool. Three 1297. Tempo 1097. Don't have any further other than a male and female. It's all fourth party information through the front desk at the leasing office. Confirm incident physical on 1097. Disturbance. 312 shot 5. Suspect down. 312 EMS on location. Got it. 111 312. Copy, please, obviously, multiple gunshot wounds to the chest. Blackmail.
Road, blackmail, multiple gunshot wounds to the chest. As for on scene security, asking that you step it up.
Engine 1, Engine 3, chief notification, shooting 319 Racetrack Road Northwest. Black metal with multiple gunshot wounds to the chest. That's those advising step it up. I'm responding. Echo 1401. Just one patient? For Echo 1401. Gunshot wounds in the chest, one exit wound. Okay, 3 times. Contact 6 gunshot wounds.
Suspect, problem.
Engine 1 Battalion 1 are also on scene. Oh, show the one, man.
6, it's gonna be 4th floor. Echo 1401. Room E, Echo 1401.
One EMS up here on physical shot.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think that's the end. Can we go back to 53 seconds and to the media? We will provide you all with the radio traffic condensed, but the part that we feel is the crux of the matter here for these purposes, and we have it blown up thanks to Dr. Bryant's audio visual. Play the 53 seconds from
Don't have any further other than a male and female. It's all fourth party information through the front desk at the leasing office.
Thank you. And the reason that's very important, Eric, and why we had it blown up, is because it reiterates that it is not the right apartment where Roger Fortson is at. dispatch officer says, don't have any further other than a male and female. It's all fourth party information from the front desk at the leasing office. That's important for two reasons. Number one, the police already know before they get there, they've been told that where the disturbance is at, there's a male and a female, and that they are getting that information from the front desk at the leasing office. And it's, as his mother and father and everybody continues to say, his girlfriend, Roger, was in his apartment by himself, FaceTiming with his girlfriend. They were not raising their voices. He was making plans for their visit for the weekend. The only people in that apartment only person in that apartment was him, and he had his dog Chloe, who was present there. Eric, can we show Chloe, because Dr. Brown, we have gotten so many inquiries about his dog Chloe. Maybe you can put it on the screen too. Because you heard Chloe bark, but also, and I mean, we got so many inquiries about how his dog doing from dog lovers all across America. Because when they watch that video, they see Chloe in the video. And if we can go to the next picture, Eric, where you see that Chloe is right there where her daddy is shot. And here, Chloe is there, and we have a freeze frame of it.
Okay, guys, you're watching the press conference of Benjamin Crump, and this is the matter of the death of Air Force, former Air Force soldier,
So you see
Mr.
Chloe by Roger's leg.
Roger Fortson.
Roger has his gun that he is a licensed, registered gun owner. Every right to the Second Amendment as any other American citizen, and I think is probably far more qualified to be a gun owner than many. He was militarily trained to use firearms. He was highly, very respectful of authority, respected law enforcement, and you see the gun was down to his side the whole time. He never raised it. In fact, when you look at the photograph closely, you see that he doesn't even have his finger on the trigger. And when you look at the video, you see Roger step back and put his left hand up, trying to diffuse the situation. And yet, even though he's complying to stepping back, doing what the officer verbally commanded him to do. He says, step back. You see Roger stepping back. He shoots him anyway. And Chloe, his dog, is right there by his side when he is shot, and she watches her daddy shot land on that ground. And so I know his family is thankful to everybody who's not only reaching out for their care and their concern, but also asking about his dog who he cherished. He loved his dog, Chloe. You'll hear his sisters talk about that a little bit. But we thought it was very important to make sure that we get the information out, because oftentimes, Dr. Byron, we've seen it far too many times when they kill people, especially Black people, unjustifiably. They have the investigation go on for months, years, without anything, where everybody forgets about him and he's swept under the rug. Well, we're not going to let them sweep Roger Fortson under the rug. And people say, oh, it's a rush to judgment. Well, what we see in our community, if we don't stand up and start fighting and saying justice for Roger and making the case, then there will be no judgment. And that's why we have to go through painstaking efforts with all these emotions from these mothers and fathers and these siblings, because they know all too well in America, if they don't come up here, even while they're grieving and fight for justice, they won't have any chance at getting justice. We know that from Freddie Gray, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Terrence Crutcher, Eric Gardner, Breonna Taylor. The list goes on and on. We have to call them to account, because if we don't do it, they won't do anything. And so people who criticize us talking about we're going to rush to judgment, not doing anything, how has that worked out for Black people in America? So that's why we're here, demanding justice for Roger Fortson. And at this time, we're going to have his father, Roger Wilburn, address you about his son and how special he was.
He came to LA. He came to LA to see his sister. And I went and met him and talked up with him. And we had a good conversation. And I was letting you know that I was gonna do better. And that we just having a good conversation, just saying we was gonna spend more time with each other. And then I just, like I said, we just hurt each other. And just enjoy being with each other. So then after that, I called him on his birthday. And, he was happy. And we would, chop it up, and he told me that he was going to make a trip to come back out and come see me. But he never got, never got the chance. We never got the chance to finish what we was setting out to do. We didn't get to finish what we were setting out to do. I'm miss him. No, I didn't think I would be burying him. I figured he'd be burying me. But I felt like that all my life, the way I was living my life. But I just can't believe it. I'm gonna miss him.
Thank you, Roger. Now you hear from his sister, Raven, from Los Angeles.
So the last time I talked to my brother was the Monday before he got shot. He was at the dog park with Chloe. I was his baby. Excuse me. And he was so happy. He was so happy to be there with Chloe and the dogs. There was another dog all on Chloe, and we were on FaceTime. So he was showing me, he was like, look at Chloe, look at Chloe. And I was like, you better take her home before you become a grandfather. And he was like, I'm gonna take her home right now, sis. I'm gonna call you back. I promise I'm gonna talk to you. I promise. And because it is, he can't keep his promise. And my brother kept his promises. Everybody in this that's standing here, my brother loved, like his family. That was the most important thing to him. So he took care of us. Like, I could call my brother. I'm the big sister. I'm 29. I could call my little brother and tell him anything. He would say, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. And like, I just feel like we gotta get justice for him, because he would make sure we was okay. We gotta make sure he okay. Oh, when I came to Atlanta to visit him, he gave me a tour, and he was so excited. Like, my brother loved being from Atlanta. He loved his city. Like I said, he loved his family. He loved where he was from. He loved who he was. He was proud of who he was. He was proud of what he did for work. And he just wanted to show me everything he loved and everything that was important to him. And being here, it hurts, because I just keep thinking, like, my brother, he's supposed to be here with me. I'm here, he's not here with me.
His uncle Maurice.
Yeah, it's one thing, and hey, I'm just like the rest of the family. He was just with me a couple of months ago. Him and his girlfriend, telling her how beautiful she was at the bowling alley and chopping it up with his sisters. And she, man, terrible thing is I get a call from my daughter talking about is he passed, shot just last week. And that is devastating to me, especially how he got shot. And I know him. He's a real sharp dude. He never was into anything but getting good education and talking about being somebody, and he got robbed. And that's just devastating. It's terrible, terrible. For everybody, his mother, my brother, it's tearing him up. And, I know we have to get justice for him.
Justice for Roger.
And this is 2024. Really, these incidents shouldn't even be happening, but they still are for people like us. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I love you. We're going to get justice for him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Uncle Maurice. Before we hear.
Okay, 1 2 1 2. Okay, do me a favor. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat. That was a press conference being held by Attorney Benjamin Crump in North Georgia as a result of the shooting of former military soldier, Air Force military soldier, Roger Fortson. Okay, you guys can hear me good. Okay, so Emily, you might have to check your system because everyone else can hear me, Emily. With that said, we do have a breaking update in this story involving P. Diddy. Just moments ago, the individual that was arrested in Miami, Florida, Brendan Paul, has accepted a plea deal, and as a result, he has avoided jail time. So this is interesting because he was just charged literally a month ago, and he's accepted a plea deal already. And what can we glean from him accepting a plea deal so soon? Don't know, but his attorney released a statement and said that his client will not be doing any jail time, and he has accepted responsibility. So what does it all mean? We had to find out. Will he be cooperating with the federal investigators as it relates to P. Diddy, or did he just accept the plea deal because he was actually guilty? Well, time will tell. We did do a story last night regarding the amended complaint that Attorney Blackwell filed for one of Diddy's accusers, and there were multiple defendants removed from that lawsuit. So I don't know. This is all developing right now. We'll see. So guys, just stand by. We'll see if we get an update on that story as well. I'm Dennis Byron reporting live in Fulton County Superior Court, and we'll be right back.
From his mother and his little sister, finally, we're going to hear from Attorney Jackson, who has a statement from his congressional representative in the United States Congress, Nakima Williams.
We just got this in, and this is to the family from Congresswoman Nakima Williams. Our hearts are heavy as we mourn the tragic killing of a native son of Atlanta, Senior Airman Roger Fortson, another Black man failed by this country and taken far too soon. As a mama of a Black son and a member of Congress, I'm deeply troubled by the continued disregard for Black life. Black men are rarely given the benefit of the doubt, and far too often the results are tragic. Senior Airman Roger Fortson should be with us today. serving his country with honor, being a role model for his sister Harmony and his brother Andre. My prayers are with Senior Airman Fortson's family and loved ones, especially his mother, Mika, as we continue to fight for justice and accountability.
Thank you so much, Attorney Jackson, for all your great leadership on this case. You're making Attorney Barr and I look smart, Natalie. At this time, you're going to hear from his little sister, Harmony. And Dr. Bryant, that picture of him and her in the airman's uniform says everything we need to know about how much he was trying to do everything.
Justin Shelton, can you hear the video? Can you hear the video?
Harmony.
Can you guys hear the
and
press
Andre,
conference?
who's
Put a
16
one in the
years
chat
old,
if you can hear the press
here in
conference.
Atlanta. So, Mama, you want to come? We're going to try to have Harmony talk about her brother.
Roger Airman Fortson. He was maybe my brother, but he was also the best brother I could ever ask for. Roger,
Thank you, Justin.
we may not have any food, but he would always come by and just bring us something to eat. Roger knew what we wanted. Roger just, the last time I talked to him, it was on May 1st. It was Wednesday. It was 9:56. It was on my birthday. I didn't even get to tell him I love him. All I got to say was I'll see him later. Now, I mean, I won't even get to see him later. I can't even. I just miss my brother. No, the first theme camp I ever went to was with him. The first actual theme park I ever went to was with Roger, and it only happened because of him. All the times that I've spent with him, some of them I can't even remember because I was so young. Now, as I'm 10 years old, it's just hard to speak when I just can't think about how he's not here with me right now, and he should be right beside us, and we should be somewhere having fun, not somewhere having grief because of somebody who made wrong decisions and took my brother away from me.
Harmony, we give you a round of applause. You spoke so good for your brother. And Dr. Bryant, I know his family started a GoFundMe because he was all about trying to help Harmony and Andre have a better chance at the American dream. And so I know not only his new birth family, but people all over the country are going to help make his dream come true. And his dream, Harmony, was for you all to have a better opportunity, Andre, at the American dream. And we won't let his dream go unfulfilled. We won't let it go. And his niece, what's your name? Lauren?
Roger Emerald Fortson, he wasn't just my uncle, he was the best uncle. He will always make someone happy. He will never have a bad day in front of somebody. If he had a bad day, he would make it right. Everybody loved him. It was no hate to him until now. The last time I saw him was on his birthday, and I didn't even get to say I love him. And it's sad to see the last time I saw him is tomorrow, to ever see his face again. The last time I saw him, he was happy. And now to end like this.
Thank you, Lauren. Y'all give Lauren a round of applause too. These young people are so courageous and articulate. Thank you all so much, Harmony and Lauren. Roger's still with you all. He'll always be with you. Rev, I don't know if you want to say something about that.
This is really a full scope of the personality and the character of this amazing patriot to make an impact for these young people to have clear and crystal memories and to be so impacted. So many people online were worried about the trauma of the dog, but not talking about the trauma of the family. And we want to make sure that this family is safeguarded and they are undergirded as they navigate through this process that no family wants to be in. But we're going to stand with them, and we're going to ask that the greater community of those who love this nation, or love those who have sacrificed their life for this nation, will surround this family with love.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. The last person you hear from before you hear from his mother is his other niece, London.
Me and Roger had this kind of bond like not any other person. We had a bond where we would text and stuff, and I miss talking to him. One time on the text messages, I was with Chloe and sitting on the couch in my grandma's house, and I just said, "Look at your daughter. She looks so pretty." And he said, "Oh, kind of heart." He said that I love you. So last time I talked to him was when he texted me and he said, "Happy birthday" to me. And when he said you love me, and I just didn't know he was gonna be gone from me. Like, they took my uncle from me, and I just want justice for him.
Justice for Roger. Justice for Roger. Thank you so much, London. Let's give London a round of applause to all these young people. And finally, Andre, do you want to say anything? Okay, finally, you're going to hear from his mother, Miss Mika Fortson, and then we'll try to take some of your questions.
First of all, I didn't even know that my baby and my grandkids had all of that in them, because she 10, she's 11. They're supposed to be playing with teacups, playing patty cake. They're talking about grieving. When I was her age, they would tell me they going to heaven. I lost my mom at their age. Only thing I was told, she's going to heaven. And my kids have to stand up here and explain themselves. They always say you don't have a strong black man in the family. Do you see us?
Amen.
We're black women. We had a strong black man. Now we have 2 strong black men up here with us. He had his dad namesake. You're not gonna, he didn't stain his dad's name. You're not gonna stain his daddy's name.
Amen.
That name was too important to him. It was too important. I never looked at the video, but they can tell you I told them how he was looking. I told them how he sounded, because we didn't have money. And you heard her right. When we didn't have food, we got food delivered to us from Kuwait, Qatar. We didn't have to go, we didn't have to eat what was there anymore. We ate what we wanted. We did what we wanted. This a big family. We went to Disney World Universal Studios during the weekday. How is that fair? I got 5 kids. Roger is number 3. 3 and 4 would never be the same number. That's number 4. So he's not going to tell me he went to the right place. Sheriff Eden looked me in my face and told me if he sees anything wrong, that he put it on his mama, that he would apologize. Well, put it on your mama, because I'm standing right here from what I heard and from how your people dissected. Police down in Florida sent me all kind of comments. They sent me so many, I couldn't even take it, just knowing that your own people that's wearing the same suit that you're wearing, saying that you murdered him, you assassinated him. He didn't deserve that.
No.
I don't even remember Roger killing a spider. He'll grab it by the leg and just throw it out. And you killed a human. You killed mankind. He said, went to Kuwait. Oh, Qatar. The places that he went, we're not even accepted. But they accepted him. To come back here and kill the gift that God gave to me, God has never been an India giver. Never. So you're going to give me justice whether you want to, Chef Eden, or not. If you're a man of your word, all those tears you looked in my face and cried, get back on the podium. Because no sooner than you told me that lie, you did a press conference to cover up your people. You asked to come to his memorial. Yeah, you can come when you do your press conference and say you're going to give Roger justice. You're going to say that you promised his mama justice. That's when you can come. Yeah, you thought he was a poor black boy. But what you didn't know, he had a mama that's a poor black single mama. And now I walk through the fire for justice for mine. You're not going to get any more tears. The tears was for my grandkids and for my daughter, for his sister. Because guess what? He was proud of his sister. Everybody in Atlanta knew who Raven Wilburn was. And the fact that you took that from her, no, we're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. I've talked to colonels, generals, me, little old me, about how good of a child he was, how I raised him right. There's nobody better than him. Roger was light. There would not be a stain on his name. He would not be put to rest in darkness because he was light. Fix his reputation, tell the truth, and give my child justice. Give him justice.
Yes, Mr. Roger. Thank you so much, Mika. Yeah. She's a proud member of New Birth. At this time, we'll take your questions if you have any. Yes, ma'am.
To know is if you all have had any kind of response from the police department or the military.
Yeah.
And also, too, could you clarify, did all those shots come from one deputy or were there others?
All the shots came from one deputy. He shot him point blank range 6 times. I'll let his mother speak to how involved that the military has been to one of their family members. It has been quite extraordinary.
The shots came from one person, but when you listen to the video, the lady that came in behind him, she should be held accountable too, because she had enough time to call the ambulance and get him some help. The military, the United States, I put it like that because I've had Congress, I've had colonels, generals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading back inside the courtroom for the continuation of testimony at the YSL trial. And looks like I'm echoing here. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we'll be heading back in the courtroom for the YSL trial, and I will be sending you fresh images from inside the courtroom. So please bear with us. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you are following my page on Twitter at Mr. Dennis Byron. So I will be live tweeting as well. Make sure you are following the Twitter page. We're going to put the banner up so you guys who don't know now. Make sure you follow that page as well. We'll be live tweeting as well as sharing images from inside the courtroom. Again, I'm Dennis Byron.
summon our jurors, please, sir? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jurors present, count four.
Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Matthews, Senior, good afternoon, sir. All right. Okay, Mr. Steele, you may resume your examination, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'd like to show you what I'll mark as Mr. Williams exhibit number 224. Yes, sir. Highlighted US police. To refresh his memory. Do you remember I was asking you questions about whether you knew that the 1990 number, Jeffrey's sister's number, belonged to a woman named Dolly. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I believe, I wasn't sure. I just called her sister, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Dolly sounded familiar, but yeah, she wasn't the target of my investigation. So.
Sure. I'm not suggesting she was. And then, do you remember me asking you about whether you had information that Dolly and Mr. Winfrey, Jimmy Winfrey, were in a relationship? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that as you sit here now, or
if they're in a relationship or not?
Yeah.
I don't know. It wasn't, again, it's not the focus of my investigation.
Let me show you what, with the court's permission, what I've marked as Mr. Williams' number 224, and it's slide 5, I believe, from your PowerPoint. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The PowerPoint?
Yes. You do a PowerPoint?
Show it to the.
Yeah.
Show it to the state, please, first. Did you already show it to the state?
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies, have you seen it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Yes, sir, you may approach.
Approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And just mark Mr. Williams' number 224 for purposes of seeing if you recognize it and refreshes your memory.
Did I write this, sir?
listen, if you don't recognize it, I know it's been a long time, don't worry about it. If it does not refresh your memory, just say it does not help my memory.
Yeah, I don't recognize this as being my work product.
Okay, then we'll just put it aside for the court reporter and just ignore that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for looking at it. 224.
224, Jeffrey Williams, 224 for identification.
Okay,
No, it's been identified for the record.
all right. I want to go to the 1990, the Dolly or the sister, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yes, sir.
Records, and we were in April, I believe. Is that your memory?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
When we broke? Okay. Now, you talked about, we're up to April 18th, and the real relevant dates that you focused on is April 25 and April 26. Fair to say?
That's fair to say. That was the main focus of the investigation. Yes, sir.
All right. So let's just go through this again, just showing the context, but I'm going to then stop at the April 25, April 26, okay? These are the contexts between the one that's on the board showing in state's exhibit number 134E is at it's number 14091, and it's April 18, 2015, and it's the Dolly number or the sister number calling Jimmy Winfrey number, 3-second connection. You see that?
I do.
And that's, next one is 418, and this is the same thing, no connection, but it's again the Dolly sister number calling the Jimmy Winfrey number. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right, the next one, again, the same date, 418, but this is the Jimmy Winfrey number calling and connecting for 46 seconds, as far as we know, according to the records, with the sister's number, right?
That's correct.
All right. We're getting close here. Next one is 419. And again, it's the sister's number connecting or calling and connecting 1 minute, 59 seconds with the number to Jimmy Winfrey.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, again, 419, it's the same scenario. Sister calling Jimmy Winfrey 14 seconds, right?
Yes.
Next one is 420. And we are at a 34-second call. And again, it's the sister calling Jimmy Winfrey.
Yes.
The next one is a 3-second call, the same date, 420. Sister calling Jimmy Winfrey.
Yes.
The one after that is again, later that same day, 2-second connection. Same situation, fair to say?
Yes.
All right, then we go to 423, and you have the sister's number calling Jimmy Winfrey. That's a 7-minute, 5-second communication as far as we could tell from the records, fair?
Fair.
All right, and then the next one again is later at 423. It's a 2-minute, 14-second contact, and that has Mr. Winfrey calling the sister.
Yes.
All right. The next one is the 15,003, 424.15, and that's a 1-minute connection, and it is the sister calling Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Now we're at 426, and we have to do the conversion for these records, fair to say?
Yes.
So even though it says 426 at 306, you move back 4 hours. So we're really right before midnight.
11:06.
Okay, at night, 11:06 at night.
Correct.
All right.
11:06 Eastern.
And we're really on Saturday, the 25th of April, fair to say?
Correct.
And that is the sister 2-second connection calling Jimmy Winfrey, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they talk or try to connect, whatever the right word is, but the phones on the record show some sort of attempt later that day, and that's right after midnight. And you went through these calls with the state, fair to say, on direct examination, so the jury see it?
We did.
All right. I'd like to use these records, if I could, for the call between the 1990 number, the sister's number, and the Martinez-Arnold. Remember talking about that with District Attorney on direct for the jury?
Yes.
And Martinez-Arnold, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to tell you it's 5790. If that's wrong, just let me know.
That sounds correct.
Okay, and if you need to check it, I'm sure it's in front of you, just please make sure. All right, so if we look in April, you focused on, and this is exhibit number 134E. And this is April 26th. And do you see that 5790 YSL Duke?
Yes.
All right. And that's at 7:07. And that's important because if we subtract the 3 hours, excuse me. All right, subtract the 4 hours, we're at 3:07 a.m.
That's correct.
On the day of the shooting. And we know from your testimony and from the jurors heard the 911 call, that's a 314 911 call. Fair to say?
That is correct.
All right. Now, analyzing this, and it's lit up by Haley as item number 15,240. You see that?
I do.
And this is a call, presumably from the 1990 Sisters number to the YSL Duke phone. Fair?
Fair.
And I know I'm not going to ever repeat it. We don't know where the YSL Duke phone is or who has it. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
All right. And that is a 3-second total connection.
Correct.
All right. Then immediately underneath that is the 15,241. So it's the next entry. You see that?
I do.
And this is what you discussed with the prosecution as well. It's the exact same time, right?
Yes,
307.
307, correct.
And it's the exact same duration of the initiation of the call, the 2 seconds, fair to say?
That's correct.
And then it has an extra second of the elapsed time.
That's correct.
So it has 4 seconds.
Correct.
But this one has an F. Can you look at your cheat sheet for this is AT&T records, correct?
Correct.
Can you just figure that out for us if you don't mind?
So the C, F, and R, which we see to the right, is the furthest right thing highlighted. That stands for call forwarding no reply. So it attempted to call forward and no reply is what.
Explain it to the jury, just so people may understand that, but some people may not.
Well, it attempted to call forward and to my, I guess it would be an assumption of AT&T without asking AT&T what that specifically means. But it's call forwarded and there's no reply. So I guess the voicemail did not answer. The voicemail did not pick up. I'm not sure what that means.
Okay. And we don't see the YSL Duke phone number ending in 5790, should be. We don't see that connecting to the Dolly number, the 1990, or the sister number, 1990. Fair to say?
And what we're looking at, that's fair to say, correct.
Okay. All right. I'd like to ask you, on these records, just going down now, and if it's important to say who the person is calling, you know, the numbers, just say that. But I just want to continue, if you don't mind. It goes from, you see it's 7:07, which I know is 4:07 in the morning. So we're talking about 7 minutes before the 911 call, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then the next one is 7:08, you see that? It just went away, but.
We're still talking about the 5790. You said anything important, but you're specifically talking about 5790.
5790, just the use of the phone is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it was used at 3:07. I'm doing the conversion.
I'm tracking. I'm just trying to make sure I understood your question about importance, because
the next one is to Jimmy Winfrey's number is 7:08, correct? Or let me.
The 7:08 time. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Which would be now 6:08, which is 8 minutes before. No, 6 minutes before the 911 call.
Correct.
All right, and if we go down to the next one. Okay, and it's item number 15,246. See that now it's 7:14, which will be
314.
3:14, which is identical to the time that we believe the 911 call. Fair to say?
Fair.
And that is again calling the Jimmy Winfrey phone from the sister phone, right?
Yes.
And then 7:15, you have the same Jimmy Winfrey phone calling the sister phone. And when I say 7:15, we're subtracting 3 hours. So it's a minute after the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's the usage at 7:16 or 3:16 and 3:18, then 10 minutes later, 3:28, 3:36, and the jurors can see it. But up until 7:38, the phone was being used, except that 10-minute break, pretty much every minute. Fair to say? According to the records.
Say that question one more time. That up from what time to what time was being used every minute?
You see the 10-minute break from 7:28 to 7:36?
Yes, I see what you're talking about, yes.
And then you have 7:37, 7:37, 7:38, 7:38. That's what I was just saying.
Yes.
And then there's another break for approximately an hour and a half.
Well, it was 7:38 to the 7:53.
Oh,
and then
thank you. I apologize. Explain that to the jury.
no, after the 7:38, which is 3:38, there's the jump to, what is that, like, with 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is
15
after.
minutes, yeah.
Yeah. And then we get to 7:53, where the 5790 connects. So that's 3:53. Well, again, connects is, they try to communicate, but it looks like it didn't go through and it hit the call forwarding again.
Okay. All right. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey's phone. So this phone, the 1990, the sister's phone, according to the records, the phone is being used or trying to be used, meaning trying to connect during the relevant period of time that we believe the shooting is occurring or has occurred. Is that fair to say?
Correct, around the approximate time, yes.
Do you have any evidence that you've done through your investigation that any app or FaceTime or anything that doesn't show on records was being used by that 1990 phone during this time?
I have no way of showing that.
Okay. If we go to before we leave the sister's records, can you just do me a favor? I'm going to go back to the Shannon Stillwell, or Shannon Jackson rather, number. I think that's the number that you said ends in 3059.
Correct. That's just the number we had in the police report. I didn't do any legal process on that phone number.
So, and by that, just to jurors understand, there's a good faith belief you wouldn't put in your report. I'm not saying you'd make up that that's a number associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell, but you didn't verify that beyond that. Is that what you're saying?
So that phone number may or may not be his phone number at the time of the incident. The way that our records management system works is when we're putting in the names or they're getting entered from patrol or an investigator, it goes through a name candidating process. So you don't have duplicate entries for the same David Racy. And so if the name has already been entered and it's being entered in again, it'll pull the information from that prior entry. So that phone number, just because it's in the police report, that's just a phone number that's associated with them somewhere in Cobb County records, somewhere, somehow, sometime. But the accuracy of that, I have no way of knowing. If I didn't do a legal process on it or didn't do an independent investigation trying to query it, then that could be inaccurate for Shannon Stillwell's phone number, or it could be accurate because it came in there somehow, some way, whether an accident report, a ticket, whether it could come in there multiple different ways into the record management system.
With that background, with your permission, I just want to search that number.
You can search that number. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Haley, do you mind searching that one? Thanks. And just make sure she's putting in the correct number, if you don't mind. That look right?
Page 13. I'll just check it just for accuracy.
Page 13, according to me. Yes, sir.
Yes, that appears accurate.
And then just tell the jurors in this honorable court what the result is on the Dolly record. Well, excuse me, I keep missing one. The sister record, 1990.
No matches were found.
All right. I'd like to do, now go to Jimmy Winfrey records, if you don't mind. And Your Honor, that is in evidence, and that is 133E, with the court's permission.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this should be the 3383 number, fair to say?
2383.
And just for orientation, this is the 30 days, April 1 to April 30th,
Correct, sir.
2015. Okay. Now, if we can just do a quick search for Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell's number with the caveats that you gave us.
Sure.
Haley, if that's okay. Do you need the number again? And this is showing on the honorable court screen for the honorable jury. This is Mr. Winfrey, state exhibit number 133A, the 3883, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you do this, sir? Is that because it's covered? Okay. We can scroll down. Did you hear what she said?
I heard what she said.
Do you have it? No, that's okay. That's okay. She just scrolled down for that 1 month. Do you see any connection to the Shannon Jackson, Shannon Stillwell potential, I'm using that word, phone number here in these records?
And for clarity, which of the two numbers are we using and are we searching both
Both.
numbers?
We'll do both.
Okay.
One sec. I understand, but just show the jury the whole month and that there's something lit up or something not lit up. And then run the second number as well. And Agent, do you know the second number? Can you announce that? I think there was one digit off.
9573059.
Have you noticed anything highlighted?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, now staying with the Jimmy Winfrey records. And these are the Sprint records, correct?
Sprint, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, going at the time, what I'm going to call the relevant time, jurors obviously make that decision though, but from the night, late night on the 25th of April, going into the early morning hours of 26th of April, so Saturday night to Sunday.
Sure.
If Haley can help us out with those dates. Okay. Okay, you see where Okay. Let's just orient well, when she stops. Let's orient everybody. You see, these don't, what you tell the jurors, do these need to be converted 4 hours earlier, or are these already in Eastern Standard Time?
No, as we stated before, the Sprint already converts it to Eastern Standard Time.
So starting towards the top, you see the item number 3796?
Yes.
Okay. And that is April 25, 2015 at approximately, that would be 10:28 in the evening?
Correct.
All right. And then just seeing the flow there, that is, this is Mr. Winfrey's, this is Mr. Winfrey's records, correct?
These are Mr. Winfrey's records.
Okay. We're calling Mr. Winfrey record 3383. Okay, and then Mr. Winfrey, if you come down, and I'm just skipping just for ease, to 426. And I'm getting close to the time of the shooting, if that's okay. You can stop there. If you notice, there was a lot of trying to connect either one way or the other. People calling that number, the 3383 number, or the 3383 number, using the phone to try to connect to someone else. Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of communication going on the phone. It's fair to say.
And then I skipped ahead, but looking at, let's say, starting at 2:45 that morning, which is number 3845. You see how Haley just highlighted?
Yes.
Then we see that there are calls to that 3383 number and calls from that 3383 number starting, and I'm just looking at the times now in column, should be in column E, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we have 2:45 a.m., then 2:48 a.m., then 2:49 a.m., then 2:55, 2:57, 2:58, 2:59, then 3 o'clock in the morning, which is 14 minutes before the 911 call. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then 3:02, 3:03, 3:04, 3:07. You see where I am at item number 3867?
Yes.
Okay. And then again at 3:07 and 3:08, numerous times, and then skips 6 minutes, approximately 3:14, the time of the actual 911 call. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then it goes again, 3:14. And then it continues, and the jurors can see, 3:15 and 3:26. You see all of that?
I do.
Okay. Now, there's a call in there to the number that's 2920, what we called the Brian Williams performer known as Birdman.
That's correct.
And can you show that to the jurors? Do you see that anywhere on here?
Yeah, she has it highlighted.
Okay. And that is a call for, and you told the jurors, do you remember how long that call is approximately?
535 seconds.
Give me an estimate.
So whatever that comes out to be, 60 seconds per, I think it comes out to be like, what is it, 8 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, just under 10 minutes. 10 minutes would be 600, so this is 535.
Yeah, so like 8.5 minutes, whatever it comes out to be.
Sure, okay. Now, that call that is on sound record screen for the jury on State's Exhibit 133E, that is originally made, according to these records, 3 minutes after the 911 call. And
that's correct.
And it's about an 8-9 minute call, whatever the 535 seconds is, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any evidence that the Jimmy Winfrey phone was using any app or FaceTime during this relevant period of time to share with the jury?
Again, we don't get that in these records. These are for call data and text data records. That's the information that's requested. If we request data, we don't know what type of data is being used. It could be YouTube, it could be an internet search, it could be an app. We would have no way of knowing what data. We'd have to have the physical device to say, what apps are on the phone, what information's on the phone.
But according to these records, that phone was using the phone in the typical way. And when I say typical way, just hit send, that records would pick up during the relevant period of time of 3:07 to 3:14. Fair to say?
Correct. Standard phone calls are like pretty much what we're looking at right here.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Winfrey's phone, 3383, was using one of the apps, international apps, FaceTime, whatever the apps are? Do you have any evidence?
Again, I don't have that in these records. That's not the information that I have in these records.
So the answer is
no, I don't have any information regarding that.
All right. Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams' phone was using any type of app, FaceTime, that would not come up on his records during this relevant period of time?
Again, I have no way of showing that, no.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams was awake during the relevant period of time of the shooting?
I mean, I don't know if someone's awake or not. You can make assumptions off the phone records if you want, but I have no idea of knowing that.
Okay. I'd like to go to Jeffrey's phone records, which is the 8553 number. If I'm wrong, you got to correct me, but that's what I believe is true.
I believe that's correct.
And I'd just like to look in the April 2015 phone activity between the Jeffrey phone, the 8553, and the sister Dolly phone, the 1990, okay? For April. And if Haley can do that, that would be great. Okay, she put in the 1990, and that's the phone we're using for the sister. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And for the jurors to know, this is what we're calling Jeffrey Williams number, the 8553, and it's in evidence states exhibit number 137E. Your Honor, it's on your screen.
Yes.
Okay, the first one is April 6, 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
And that is the the sister phone calling Jeffrey's phone. It doesn't connect according to these records. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then on the next line, it's the same exact time, the 2026. And when I say line, entry number 4,219.
Yes.
And that again is the 1990 or the sister phone calling without connection to Jeffrey's phone. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then the next line is the same date. And it's 4220. It's the next entry. And that one goes to the voicemail like you explained to jurors.
Yes.
And it's the sister phone calling the Jeffrey phone. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then the next one is, again, the sister phone. It's at entry 4221. Same time. It's a connection of 3 seconds. You see that?
I do.
All right. Let's see the next time that these phones connect. Now we're skipping a week on these records, right? From 4/6, which is April 6, 2015. Now it's going to 4/13, which is a week later. Fair to say?
Yes.
And again, you have now the two phones, and this is Jeffrey's phone calling without connection, the 1990 phone, the sister phone. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then on the same date, same time, it looks like the same exact a replica of 16-second call, no connection. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
All right. And then the next time that these phones connect, we're in the month of May. Is that fair? May 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so according to these records, Jeffrey's phone and the 1990 phone connect twice. I'm not saying they speak, but they try to connect twice. The 6th of April and the 13th of April, right?
Correct. Utilizing the normal voice to talk.
Absolutely. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach and do you mind if I use you? Your Honor,
Yes, you may.
thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in. I know you helped prepare, so you mind taking a peek at this?
Sure. It's just to orient myself. You might need a mic.
Yeah.
Okay. Then just-
I'm skipping this because this is not your testimony, okay? This is part of your testimony, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through the Jimmy Winfrey call, the 1990, what you were calling then YSL, I called it the sister's phone,
Yes.
fair to say? On this entire page, do you see any connection to the, and you may have to help me with the number, the Jeffrey Wood 5883 number?
8553, I thought it was.
Thank you,
Yeah.
apologize. Do you see anything dealing with the Jeffrey Williams phone?
No, from these like location plots, no, that would do.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Same thing with number 8?
Correct. We were correct.
And then was this you too?
That was, yes. That was.
And this is the, we're gonna come down to, it's not numbered, but at the bottom of this page?
Yes.
Does this have an exhibit number?
It does not.
Okay. I'm using just for reference, Your Honor, the demonstrative chart.
Which one?
Written on.
You can mention the number, I think it would be at 176. Thank you.
So you want 176 Echo?
Ms. Weaver's confirmed.
Okay, all right. You can refer to it as 176 Echo, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. And what this is showing, it says the 8553 number on this date, I believe, is in Baton Rouge. If I'm reading it wrong, you have to correct me.
That's correct.
That's what that's all that is. Is that true?
Correct. That's from my memory, yes.
And this is the way that you said you can go 2 different ways if you're driving. Baton Rouge, this is the lower way to go.
Yep. The spot checking and approximately where he was driving, that's correct.
And that's how you knew. Do you know who Jeffrey Williams was driving with on April 25, 2015, going into April 26, 2015, from the trip from Louisiana to Georgia?
I have no idea who's in the vehicles with him or who's driving. I have no idea.
Do you know whether the YSL Duke, I'm gonna need help on the number, is that phone is in the car with Jeffrey Williams?
I have no way of knowing that.
When I say Jeffrey Williams, the phone associated with Jeffrey Williams. Okay, I'm just going to the next page. Anything here to do with the 8553 number, Jeffrey Williams?
No, this was just for recollection. This is where we were spot checking location. So it wasn't an all comprehensive search of phone numbers, but this was just the spot checking that I did
Nothing
in my notes.
Nothing to do with Jeffrey because his phone's not even in Atlanta, right?
Correct. This was for the location of the 1990 phones, what we were doing there.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have the same question. Nothing to do with Jeffrey?
Correct. That was about the location of 1990.
I sustain the objection.
Does this next page have anything to do with Jeffrey Williams' cell phone?
No, that was a demonstrative for the location of the 1990 phone.
And then this same page, same answer?
Same answer. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Just realized that. Okay. Do you have any evidence that you can share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams, that's what I'm focused on, asked any person to go to Club Compound on April 25th, 2015 with a firearm?
I have no information in reference to that.
Do you have any evidence that on April 25, 2015, that Jeffrey Williams asked or encouraged any person to go to Club Compound at all?
I have no way of knowing that.
Do you have any evidence to share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams requested, ordered, did anything to encourage anyone to fire a weapon at a tour bus?
Again, my investigation did not include that information. It could be information unknown to me, but.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that Jeffrey Williams knew about that tour bus shooting until the next day when he got back in June?
Objection to the last part of the student effects.
I sustain your question. It's the last part.
I have no way of knowing.
Move to strike this.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the witness's last statement.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams knew that that tour bus was shot at any time before 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock a.m. on Sunday, April 26, 2015?
Again, I have no way of knowing what was said on the phone calls or what information was passed. There's too many variables in there.
The answer is?
I don't have any information regarding that.
Okay. I'd like to use, Ms. Knightley's not here. Do you remember the public post that you helped us with about the Holly Grove coming? Do you remember that?
Yes.
I need to just get the state's exhibit number because I need to have that for the jury. You don't mind? Me, anyone's okay with me, but single time, but I need the number also. I'll try to figure out, I should be able to give you the number. Thanks. Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
You may, sir.
Would you be able to play part of it? Yes. Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's already in evidence, and the state's lawyer is helping me out. I appreciate it. Now, Mr. Atkins, and it's 117E. May I ask Mr. Atkins to publish that to the jury? And it's.
Yes, you may, sir.
Your Honor, it's in two different versions. He told me this is the compilation, this is the putting together.
So the whole thing you're saying?
That's what I was told. But I'm just going to refer to that one first.
It's your examination, sir.
Nice. Thank you. Okay. So the jurors have seen this, but just to refresh the memory, you found this or you were given this or somehow you came across this during your investigation, and it's two different ways, I believe. One way is just on its own, and then you found it with a blogger. That's why it's spliced together with other videos. Fair to say?
Yes.
You weren't trying to trick anybody. That's just how you found it, but you made it clear that these are separate videos.
Correct. Someone else did the compilation. Correct.
Okay. So I'm just focused on the first part of it, and I could do the time for the record, but if you could play that, if you don't mind, if you can stop it at the end of the first one, that would be great. And I've asked just for the first one to be played, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, baby. Beat me there, you did. Man, with them dicks, too. Yeah.
Okay, and it stopped at, and I couldn't see the time, but it stopped right at the end of the first one, Your Honor. You have the time. Your Honor, stopped at 16 seconds.
All right, sir.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about that, okay?
Sure.
That video, if you know through your investigation, that was posted approximately a week or so. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but approximately a week or so before the performance in Holly Grove, Louisiana at the college on Saturday evening, April 25, 2015. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds pretty accurate. It's certainly before. I don't remember the time frame. I don't know if it even gave the reference time frame. That sounds pretty accurate.
All right, well, 2 weeks. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. It was before, and yes, it was shortly before. I would agree with yes.
Okay. Did you ever seek to investigate through your investigation anybody with Jeffrey's management, like Amelia Diop, remember using her name?
Yep.
Whether anybody authorized or told Jeffrey he needs to do that video? Did you do any of that type of work?
No, I have no idea who authorized or told me to do that video.
Did you ever do a part of your investigation to try to speak with somebody in Jeffrey's management as to why that video was made, video audio posting was made?
No.
Did you do any type of effort or research or attempt to learn about promotion for musicians, specifically rap artists?
Did I research how they do promotions?
Yeah, did you talk to any experts? Did you go to any business people in that industry? Did you do that as part of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Did you ever do any type of research about artists assisting themselves with promotion of their brand and getting into what they call rap battles? Did you ever do that?
Did I conduct formal research? No.
Did you ever speak with the artist, the incomparable artist known as Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter, about this video?
Did I ever interview Dwayne Carter? No.
Did you ever interview him at all?
No.
Now, when you, I'm moving on now. I'm moving to another section. It's approximately within a couple of hours or an hour maybe after the 911 call that you arrive at the scene at the hotel in Buckhead.
About an hour and a half later, yes. Something like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Yeah, something like that. Hour and a half, hour, something like that.
And at that hotel, you were able to speak with the security manager, law enforcement officers, Mr. Lewis, and I'm not crime scene people. I'm not trying to stop the people, but you did not speak with the artist Lil Wayne or Dwayne Carter. Is that true?
That's true. He had left the scene and went into the hotel prior to my arrival.
Did you knock? And when I say you, it can be your teammates. Did you knock on the door to ask him to speak with you, or did your teammates, if you know?
No, I spoke with the security manager in reference to that, and I was advised that he didn't want to speak with me.
Okay. You have ways, when I say you, law enforcement has ways of like you got these records of subpoenaing people, or the district attorney's office can subpoena to the grand jury. Are you aware of that?
So, yeah, I don't control.
Was Mr. Dwayne Carter, to your knowledge, ever subpoenaed to come and testify at any type of hearing?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I stand in objection.
May I respond?
Stand in objection. Move on.
Okay, all right. Do you know if today Dwayne Carter is living in America, if you know?
Yeah, I don't know that.
All right. Are you aware through your investigation whether Jeffrey and the artist known as Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter, did and do music together?
I stand in objection. You rephrase, sir.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase it based upon your investigation. Do you have any information? Did you look for any information that Jeffrey Williams and the artist known as Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter, do music together?
Like have historically in the past at any time or at this time of this incident?
Let's do any time and then we can narrow it down.
So I know as of recently, there's been music that they've done together, but at the time of this incident back then, I'm not aware of any doing music together at that point in time.
Okay. Did you do a deep dive on that? I'm not questioning your investigation, or did you do a deep dive on that?
No, like I've listened to their music. I've looked at their albums, but like a deep historical dive, if they've ever been in like a studio together, I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Now, when you looked at their albums together, did you know on the album cover, there's a snake and a goat? Do you know what I'm referring to? The Lil Wayne and Young Thug album has symbol of a snake and a goat.
I stand in objection.
Did you see the album cover that you were just referring to?
I never bought like the CD. I listened to like on iTunes or something like a streaming service. I never bought the physical disc.
Okay. Did you see on your iTunes when you watch it whether the album artwork was there?
It probably was. It probably was, but I can't tell you right now.
Is there, if I show you something with the court's permission, I'm going to try to refresh your memory, okay?
Objection, Your Honor, improper. Said he does not know.
I stand in objection.
If I showed you the album cover, could it possibly refresh your memory?
Yeah, I mean, if you showed me something.
Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo approached the stadium and did you Tracy with the court's permission?
Yes.
Sorry. $221C.
Hold on. Which exhibit are you showing?
It's Jeffrey Williams, number 221C, Your Honor.
I say, have you seen that?
I think he's looking for some refreshment.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kokomo, you come close.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory, the 221C?
No, that I've never seen that before.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I noticed that you put into evidence certain Instagram, you did an Instagram return on Jeffrey's account, fair to say?
Yes,
And that's the Thugger account. I'm going by my memory, but I think that's right.
that is right.
You also did a Twitter subpoena to obtain all the Twitter records. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think I did. Yes.
And you received those too?
Yes.
And have you reviewed those?
Not recently, no. But at the time, I would have reviewed it, but not recently.
Okay. Let me see if I could show you something, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I have to step away? Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
I'll just show him. You can look at all. Yep. I need to find the return from Ms. Renard.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll come back to it. Okay. Through your investigation in 2015, the 9 months, is it fair to say that you learned that Jeffrey Williams, through your investigation, was on tour in 2015?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Both in America and in Europe. Is that fair to say?
I think I do recall that, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned to the jury that YSL functions as a criminal street gang, these are my words, criminal street gang, as well as a lawful musical entertainment business, something to that effect. Is that fair?
That'd be fair.
And you mentioned earlier the name Walter Murphy. Remember that?
I remember the name, yes.
Okay. Now, how much contact, personal, cell phone, social media, whatever, through your investigation, did Jeffrey Williams have with Walter Murphy in 2014?
15?
What did I say?
You said 14.
15.
I know the name came up in the investigation. I can't tell you that there was the amount of contact. It certainly wasn't a focus of the investigation.
How about Trentavious Stevens?
I don't think that had, the name might have came up, but it wasn't a focus of the investigation.
I'm giving you another name, okay?
Okay.
Tick.
Yeah, again, I don't think that one was a focus of the investigation either.
Or Slug.
Slug? Again, I don't think that was part of my investigation.
Okay. Okay. Let's discuss Jimmy Winfrey and Jeffrey Williams' contacts with him. We went through the cell records, fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm not going to belabor it, but you know, there was a lot of calls from Jimmy Winfrey goes unanswered that you went through. You helped us understand according to the records, right?
Yes, what we can see in the records, yes.
All right. Now, did you ever learn through your investigation how Jeffrey Williams met Jimmy Winfrey?
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you ever learn through your investigation that Jimmy Winfrey is associated with Brian Williams, a performer known as Birdman, or an entertainer, I should say, known as Birdman?
That Jimmy Winfrey is associated with him.
Yeah.
I do know that there was association, yes.
And in fact, shortly after the 911 call goes out, Jimmy Winfrey's phone is connecting with Brian Williams' phone. Fair to say?
Brian Williams has a call that goes to incoming to Jimmy Winfrey after the incident, yes.
They speak, I forget the number, but 9 minutes.
8.5 minutes, 9 minutes, yes, something like that.
And you told the jurors that when you took out the warrant and it was supposed to be under seal, but somehow, I'm not suggesting how, but somehow it got leaked, you found out through your investigation that Jimmy Winfrey was actually in Miami, Florida.
That's correct. I think it was like Urban Week or some celebration in Miami, Florida at that time period is my information that I have.
And you know that Brian Williams, entertainer known as Birdman, he has connection, residence, whatever you want to call it, to Miami, Florida area.
That is correct.
And then Jimmy Winfrey voluntarily turned himself into custody in Cobb County on or about the second day of, or on that Cobb County warrant, your warrant on about the second day of June 2015.
Somewhere around there, yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Bankroll Mafia, have you seen that in social posts that you helped orient the jury to?
Yes.
And you looked into what Bankroll Mafia is, fair to say?
Again, not an extensive deep dive into the organization or what it is. Only surface level that it's on Instagram and on social media.
Okay. Did you know Bankroll Mafia to be any type of business? When I say business, I'm talking about a lawful business.
Yeah, I don't know if it's incorporated or LLC. I don't know that.
Did you know that Bankroll Mafia was a musical group through your investigation?
I mean, I know they would say it during like music, or it would be on clothing during music. But yeah, beyond that, I don't know.
Did you know through your investigation that Bankroll Mafia had artists, you know who Clifford Harris is, T.I.?
I know T.I. I've heard of that. Yep. Or him, the performer.
I'll stand objection.
It goes to Bankroll Mafia that's been played. It goes to the entity Bankroll Mafia and what it is.
I stand objection.
The state has shown multiple exhibits with Pound Bankroll Mafia. I asked the court to reconsider its ruling.
I'll rule the objection. You can ask the question.
Thank you. He's a well-known, accomplished artist, musical artist.
T.I., I guess his real name's Clifford Harris.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Did you know he was a member of the musical group Bankroll Mafia?
I don't know that.
Did you know that, you ever hear of Outkast?
I've heard of Outkast.
You know that Outkast was a member?
I'll sustain that objection, so it goes far beyond what you wanted to ask.
Did you know that Jeffrey Williams was a member of the musical group Bankroll Mafia?
I don't know that.
Did you know that Bankroll Mafia put out an album based upon work in 2014, 15, and 16?
I don't know that.
Did you know that it was very popular, that music?
Sustain the objection.
Through your investigation, did you know that it was very popular music?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance is popular music.
I sustain the objection.
Did you know that Jimmy Winfrey was a member of the musical group Bankroll Mafia?
Objection, ask and answer.
I sustain that objection.
To this day, as you sit here before this jury 9 years later, did you know any music by the group Bankroll Mafia?
Again,
I'll sustain that objection.
Did you know that Bankroll Mafia was a musical group?
Objection, ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Did you know that through your investigation, did you ever consider looking up what Bankroll Mafia was?
no, it wasn't. Bankroll Mafia was not a focus of my investigation. Yeah.
Okay. Besides the music industry, do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams knew Jimmy Winfrey in any other matter?
I mean, besides the music industry?
Yeah, that how they met.
No, again, I don't know how they met, but outside the music industry, we have the association through the cell phones and through the investigation. But yeah, that's such a broad question. I don't know what you're trying to ask.
All right. Let's go to the Free Roscoe campaign, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Now, this is something that Jeffrey put on his page. When I say page, he's a very popular artist in 2015. Fair to say?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by popular.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
More popular than me, but probably less popular than others. I mean, I don't know.
Lots of followers on social media.
Certainly more followers than me.
Do you remember how many followers Jeffrey Williams had in 2015?
I stand the objection.
Jeffrey Williams put on his page, you showed some of them, the Free Roscoe campaign, right?
That's correct.
And they were selling T-shirts.
I believe that's correct.
And hats.
I believe that's correct.
How much money through your investigation was collected on behalf of this Free Roscoe campaign?
Objection, Robert.
They brought,
I stand the objection, Mr. Steele. Let's move on.
how much money from the Free Roscoe campaign went to Jimmy Winfrey?
Objection, Robert.
I think it's relevant to the way the state brought it up, Your Honor. It played an entire recorded jail call about.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer that, sir, if you can.
I have no idea. I didn't investigate how much money was raised by a campaign. I have no idea.
Do you know whether a penny, I'm just saying any money, went to Jimmy Winfrey or his family from the Free Roscoe campaign?
From the Free Roscoe campaign, I have no idea about that specific campaign.
Okay. I'd like to talk with you about Jimmy Winfrey being incarcerated in the Cobb County Jail.
Okay.
And the use of the phones, okay?
Okay.
So if you know, did you collect hundreds, if not more than 1,000 jail calls involving Jimmy Winfrey's?
There's certainly a lot of jail phone calls. Yes, sir.
He's on the phone a lot, fair to say?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And a total, tell the ladies and gentlemen, total, how many times through your investigation he has spoken with Jeffrey Williams?
I don't know the total because I can't tell you I've listened to every single phone call. I know that I identified a handful, a couple of them that I know basically for a fact or with certainty that they spoke, but I can't give you an exact number of the hundreds of phone calls.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the total is 4 or less?
Objection, assume effects on evidence.
I'm
I
asking
stand the
a question.
objection.
Through your investigation and your work and your focus, as well as your coworkers on this case, the jail calls from Jimmy Winfrey that are recorded involve the voice of Jeffrey Williams.
Again, I didn't listen to every second of the, as you said, possibly thousands of phone calls. It'd be impossible for me to do that, so I can't give you a definitive answer. But I did identify phone calls that we did find relevant, or I did find relevant at the time.
4 or less with Jeffrey Williams?
Something like that, yes. I only bookmarked, like, I'd say probably 25 or less phone calls out of the total body.
Okay.
But again, I can't tell you that I've listened to every single phone call.
All right. Let's talk about these phone calls. You played, and when I say you played, you helped play, you were the witness that it was played through.
Yes.
And if some of these dates are wrong, please correct me because I may have converted the time wrong. But June 5, 2015, you remember that call, approximately 8:40 in the evening?
I do remember we had a June 5th call. I don't remember the exact content, but yes.
And if you need to hear it, it's in evidence, so it's not a
You're
problem.
fine, sir.
Okay. And this is approximately, if it's June 5th, 3 days after Jimmy Winfrey turned himself into custody, fair to say?
fair to say.
And do you remember Jimmy Winfrey speaking with his aunt or auntie?
There was a phone call with her, yes.
And it's about a car, and the car must be returned, the car must be moved from the studio. You remember all that? The jurors heard the call.
I do.
Okay. What evidence do you have that Jeffrey Williams knew about that phone conversation or the topic of that conversation?
That specific phone call, I don't know that he did.
Okay. And on that phone call, that has nothing to do, as far as the phone call itself, with Jeffrey Williams. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. I have no way of knowing if he had knowledge or had anything to do with it.
All right. To June 6, 2015, again, my times may be wrong, 5:11 in the afternoon, so correct me. Do you remember a discussion, Jimmy Winfrey's recorded call that was played for the jury, dealing with an OJ?
Say that one time.
Dealing with OJ, remember that?
I do remember the name OJ, yes.
And that that same call, the vehicle has to be put from Uncle Paul's name into Jimmy Winfrey's name. Do you remember that?
I do remember OJ. I do remember discussion about the uncle, yes.
Okay. Nothing to do in that call with Jeffrey, fair?
I have no way of knowing.
But from what we heard in court, is that a true statement?
Correct. From what we heard, the snippet in court, correct.
All right. June 6th, the same day, 7:58 p.m. There's a discussion about people in the jail, and they have tattoos and YSL tattoos on their body. And do you remember that conversation?
I do remember that conversation, yes.
Okay. And there's all slimes in the jail, all YSL in the jail. Remember Jimmy Winfrey was saying that?
Yes, I do.
Jury. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams knew any of those inmates in the jail?
I don't know how I would know that. I don't know the total jail population. I don't know the names. That'd be impossible for me to say.
The June 6, 2015, 10:13 p.m. call that the jurors heard, that's about the car, and the car is now in the garage, and I believe he's speaking with his auntie and someone named Rashard, I think you said?
Yeah, it was Rashad or Rashad, something like that, yeah.
Okay. And that's, after hearing that, that's how you got the search warrant to go to the house?
Correct.
And you seized the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay, and when I say the vehicle, the white Camaro?
Yes.
Then was played October 22, 2015, 9:33 p.m. jail call, and that's about once released, I'm not quoting, by the way, once released, there's $250,000 in a Porsche. You remember that?
I do.
And that was made on someone else's PIN, someone else's phone code?
That's correct.
And I think you said that you don't have any evidence that Mr. Winfrey received any of a valuable $250,000 or Porsche. Is that true?
Correct. I have no way of knowing.
Okay. And that phone call doesn't mention Jeffrey, does it?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
We only have the reference, my boy ain't changed.
Okay. Then we have a June 13, 2015 phone call. That is with Jeffrey Williams, 5:39. That's when we talked about at the event, the Free Roscoe event at the park. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about pay for my lawyer or anything like that. It was Free Roscoe campaign is really booming. These are my words. Really taking off, right?
Yes, correct.
Then we have a June 28, 2015, 3:27 p.m. Amina Diath. Remember talking about her?
Yes.
And she's a manager you found out through your investigation for Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, she is associated with YSL Enterprises, yes.
The musical group, as you said, or the entertainment group?
Her name is on records indicating she's associated with YSL Enterprise.
Okay.
Her name is on the Facebook, his Facebook social media, and on the cell phone returns as well.
And did you know her to be a manager for Jeffrey Williams at that time?
I believe so. I mean, she's putting stuff in her name for YSL Enterprises. So, I mean, she was listed as a registered agent for the company.
Now, if we could pull up that jail call, and if you could give me the number, if you don't mind, and help me play it, is that something you could do? Yeah, I have 3:27 in the afternoon. Maybe we don't have to replay it if the state's having a hard time. Let me ask you if you remember. If you don't, we're going to play it. Do you remember Jimmy Winfrey asking Amina Diop if he could borrow $25,000 from you all because his uncle left him $25,000? Uncle Paul, do you remember that?
I remember he said something about needing to pay 100,000. He had 25,000. He needed someone to pay the other 25,000, and then he would get on a payment plan for the rest. I think it was something like that.
And do you remember him asking specific kind of borrow the money?
I mean, I remember he said someone needs to put up the money. I don't know about the words borrow, but to the effect of he needed the money.
Okay. Do you remember later in that same conversation, Jimmy Winfrey saying, if you cannot let me borrow the money, the $25,000, just let me know?
That possibly is in there, yes.
All right. We'll have to play it because it sounds like we need to hear it directly.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay.
It's hard to hear sometimes the words, but yes.
And then you remember Jimmy Winfrey saying, I need paperwork to make this not look like street
business.
Yeah. Remember that?
He asked for someone to put his name on some paperwork to look legitimate because he didn't want it to look like street business. I do remember that.
Through your investigation, did YSL give Mr. Winfrey any type of notation that he's an employee or anything like that?
I didn't receive anything that indicated as such.
Okay. Do you by any chance have it? You're awesome. Can you give me the number? Sure. And then can you give me the times that are relevant?
Ladies and gentlemen, while they're trying to find that to play for you, then you need to take a comfort break.
Yes.
How about we take 10 minutes? All right, we're gonna be recessed 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. You're in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are on a 15-minute, 10-minute break, and as you can see, Mr. Steele is honing in on the phone calls. What we did see is Mr. Steele has requested from this witness whether or not he recalls any particular calls connecting Young Thug to Jimmy Winfrey around the time of the shooting. Interesting. Right. Thank you. We don't take those type of pictures. Thank you, Vanderveer. We don't take pictures like that. And I know my moderators blocked him or her. Well, probably was him. Pretty managed, but we don't do things like that. We don't do that. Respect women. We don't do stuff like that. This is not a freak show. This is a courtroom coverage. We don't do stuff like that. Now, Mookie, I know you like being over here, but if you say something like that in the chat again, we're gonna have to ban you. We don't do stuff like this. This is not what you think it is. It's not that. We can't disrespect a woman like that. You should know better than that. Okay, we're gonna have to put you on a. Okay, we had to ban him. Unfortunately, we had to ban him. He's been banned. Can't do that. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. Do I think the state will dismiss this case right now? Absolutely not. They're too far in. You know the movie In Too Deep? They're in too deep in this case. They're not dismissing this case. The only one that can render a direct verdict of acquittal is Judge Glanville. And I don't think that's going to happen either. I don't know what's going to happen by the time the jury is charged, but I believe these lawyers will probably request, the defense attorney will probably request a directed verdict of acquittal as it relates to whatever defendants that the state has improved in their case. And that would be powerful. The judge will have redeemed himself if that's a possibility. But do I think the prosecution will dismiss the case? Absolutely not. This is a high-profile case in a political season. So why would I believe that the prosecution would do that? And then the other question is, why would they do that? Because of a piece of evidence or the totality of the evidence? We have to see where this case is going. We have over 100 witnesses still remaining for the prosecution, and the defense has yet to put on a case. So, this is the first part. We're in a not even the second ending yet. So we have to wait and see. The judge has the power to get this case expedited. He has the power. He would have to do analysis on the witnesses that the state is planning to call, and also the defense. Well, the defense, they don't have to put on any case. But do I think they put on a case? Absolutely. Do I think their case will be long and drawn out? I don't think so. I think that they can surmise based on the evidence that the jurors have heard and show that maybe these clients, some of their clients, or maybe all their clients are not guilty, and thus they should get they should render a verdict of not guilty. So yeah, to your point, it's the power is really in the judge at this point. I don't think District Attorney Fonnie Willis is going to allow her team to spend this much time on the case and not come back, at least present their case. I don't see that happening, especially in the political season. That would be almost political suicide for you to exhaust these many days, weeks, months, and resources to now say, oh, no, we want the case dismissed. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in movies, as a matter of fact. I don't think I even seen that in the movies. It might be a case, but probably. I did see it in the movie, but that was just the movies. So you got to be in this for the long haul. I don't like blocking people, but there are instances where you just have to. One, when you make requests like that in the comment section, it's disrespectful, not only to the person you directed it to, but also the woman that in the section that see this as well. So, I don't know how old you were or are, but to say stuff like that just is not going to fly over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to fly over here. Because we stand on business over here. We stand on business. We stand on business over here. Let's take you guys back into the courtroom. Judge hasn't taken the bench yet, but we'll take you back inside the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Jurisprudence, Council President.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele, you may continue, sir.
Your Honor, it's already in evidence, so I'd like to play, I'm not going to play the whole thing, just a portion of State's Exhibit number 140EB. And if I could ask the Honorable Prosecutor to assist me.
Echo Bravo.
Yes. And Your Honor, that's a good point. Thank you. We're starting at 2 minutes. We're going to 3 minutes and I have 30 seconds. So a minute and a half, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor, Agent, just listen closely.
Yes, sir.
In case, you know, it's hard to hear. I know you've listened to it a lot of times. And then just help me break it down with the jury, okay?
Yes, sir.
For the jury. Thank you.
So I'm assuming that his furnace was too.
Yeah, so I gotta get the people on 40 or 50 grand. He wanted 100, but I told him I gotta work out a payment plan with him. So I was gonna try to borrow 25 from y'all, and then I was gonna cause I got a little money from the insurance left that my uncle left me, and I was gonna give him the other 25 that way. Yeah, and when I was telling my nephew, that's the day they pulled me out. They made me come to TC, and you know, shit with the DA, all them people trying to come up here and fuck with a motherfucker mentally, but I ain't still none of that. So I'm just shit. But my lawyers came and seen me and stuff. And the lawyer is Manny and Lauren Zimmerman Kilgore.
What's his name?
Lauren Zimmerman and Manny O'Rourke. And the dude
Lauren.
Clear Lauren. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. If you keep on calling my phone, it's a bad.
Yeah, but if they can't do it, just let me know, and I just have to go my way about doing it with my auntie.
All right, Lawrence Zimmerman, I can see.
Okay, and Your Honor, stopped right at 330. Thank you so much. Were you able to hear that again?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it fair to say that that is a person that you believe to be Amina Diab speaking with Mr. Jimmy Winfrey?
That sounds right.
And it's the same date as we said before, June 28, 2015?
Correct.
And did you hear Mr. Winfrey asked to borrow, I'm stressing that word, borrow, $25,000 from, it sounded like to me like you all. And if I'm wrong, just tell the jurors what you heard.
It sounded like y'all, correct?
And that the lawyer wanted 100,000, but Mr. Winfrey may have worked it down to 50,000, and he has 25,000 from his uncle, Paul, God forbid, passing.
From insurance, correct?
And then he was asking to borrow the 25,000.
That's what it sounded like, yes.
All right. And do you have any evidence to share with the jury that $25,000 was loaned, given, anything by YSL to Jimmy Winfrey?
I have no way of knowing how money transferred.
All right. And then we went to 3:30, and towards the end of that call, did you hear Mr. Winfrey say, if you cannot, these are my words, lend me the $25,000, just let me know, or something to that effect?
Yeah, he'll have to do it his way or through his aunt, something like that, but yes.
All right. All right, thank you. I'm not so sure I have any other questions. May I just have a minute?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir. Do you remember speaking with Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Please approach, Your Honor.
You can.
Step down, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to wait for a gentleman.
Okay, oh. Be helpful. All right, sir. Now I think you can start.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, Agent. Your Honor, thank you.
All right, sir. Any further examiners? All right, Mr. Matthews Senior, go right ahead, sir.
Agent Racy.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Carrington Matthews here, represent Mr. Marquavius Huey. I have a few questions for you concerning cell phones. You've spoken a lot about your knowledge of cell phone information and evidence and investigations, correct?
Sure, yes.
All right. You've talked a lot about call detail records in terms of it gives us a lot of information in terms of when calls were made, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long the call took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's kind of shift into text messages. You have knowledge concerning text messaging, correct?
Yes, sir. In reference to call detail records, yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury how long, from your experience, text messages are available to be retrieved when under a subpoena?
Are we speaking about content or are we speaking about just the fact that text messages were sent?
Let's take them in categories. Let's talk about, first of all, let's talk about the text message itself in terms of the communication, not the content, but the communication. How long does that hang around?
Depends on the subscriber.
Okay. Do you have a range in terms of from subscriber to subscriber?
So we utilize a cheat sheet that I have on my desktop computer, but it's a work product that FBI CAST has put out, but it tells you each subscriber and their duration of time in which they keep those records. It varies from some subscribers for 1 year, or it could be extended more, a handful of years. They've drawn back over the last few years because the amount of text messages have been sent are larger nowadays versus 20 years ago, right? So it changes, but I'd at least say a year per company, they at least keep it about a year.
So the fact that a text message is sent from one device to another device, that actual communication or that print would hang around for about a year or so, correct?
And to be specific, we're talking about traditional text message utilizing service providers. Now, we're not talking about WhatsApp or encrypted applications, but just standard text message to text message. Typically, it's at least a year. Just the fact that a text message was sent, yes.
Okay. Let's shift over to the substance or the content of a text message.
Yes.
Tell the jury how long with the content or the substance of a text message, how long would that hang around?
So it's pretty much not anymore. They used to, again, probably years ago, when I first started my law enforcement career, you were able to get a search warrant and see content. Again, it was dependent upon company and there's a million different caveats in there. But over the years, as text messages grew, frequent text messages than the actual our phone calls, people send more text messages. And so service providers stopped retaining that data. It's just too much data. There might be one company, I'd have to look at the cheat sheet, but there's one company maybe out there that retains it maybe for 3 days, and you'd have to have a preservation request in or just get lucky with a search warrant within 3 days. But that might have changed since the last time I've looked at that cheat sheet. So from the outside, sending a legal process to a service provider, you don't expect to see content anymore in investigations.
Okay. If you actually, let's say you're investigating a case and you actually have a phone of interest, the contents of that particular phone, provided those contents are not deleted, they would remain in the phone. Is that correct?
So there's caveats in everything in investigations. First, you have to be able to have the physical device. Then you have to be able to access the physical device. Is it encrypted? What type of passcode? There's a million caveats in there. Is it a 4-digit passcode, a 6-digit passcode? Is it alphanumeric, 15-digit? There's a million caveats. But if you can get into the device, there's settings within your phone that you can have text message delete after 30 days. There's, well, are we talking about iPhones? Are we talking about Androids? There's so many caveats in there. But can you, in the perfect situation, get a phone, have the password, or be able to bypass the password, dump the text messages? Absolutely, you can do that. There's so many caveats, and we're speaking broadly, so I don't want to give an answer that locks it in, but that's only like one specific situation. But there's a lot of caveats. But yes, theoretically, you can get a cell phone,
Right.
get a tool and extract text messages. Yes.
Right. So if you have the password and you have the access, you should be able to have that content in that particular cell phone, right?
Again, there's a million caveats out there, so I don't want to lock in. The tool, the forensic tool that's being utilized, such as Cellbrite or Axiom, they also have to have compatibility with that device. I've had it where I've gotten a search warrant, had access, but those tools aren't compatible with the cell phone. So there's inability to actually extract the data. Again, it's technology. There's a million caveats out there. But theoretically, yes, if you have access, you have the passcode, you have a legal process, it does fit, the software does fit compatibility with the forensic tool. Yes, you can plug it in, and yes, you can download that information in that scenario.
Now, in terms of tracking the cell phone as it relates to the phone's location, that obviously would play into where the tower is located in terms of where that range of where that phone is going to be located, correct?
Again, there's another caveats in there. So you have cell phone, what we call cell site, historical cell site data that tells you where the cell site is. And without going into it, a direction, an azimuth, a cell sector. But then there's also phone companies that do things called RTT, NELOS, and there's another one, I think PTT, I might be mistaken it, but RTT stands for real-time tracking. AT&T does NELOS. So, for example, NELOS, AT&T, now more modern days, they will send a ping to your phone every 15 minutes. And so that is a ping. That is not cell tower data. So today, if I were to get a search warrant on an AT&T phone, for example, ask for cell site data and ask for NELOS data, I can get both cell tower, cell sector information, and I can actually also get those 15-minute pings, which is not cell sector. That is a ping on the device. So again, you're getting into the technology of it, but there's a lot of caveats in what we're saying.
So when you're having a conversation with your person that you're targeting, if you would, and you have their phone, you're looking through their phone, and when you know through your investigation, through maybe even a conversation with your target, that they are aware, they are located where the alleged victim claims that they were meeting, cell phone evidence is less probative, correct?
Objection, I'm assuming they.
I sustain the objection.
When it comes to cell phone technology and locating phones and tracking them, you're less concerned about tracking the phone when there's no disagreement about the location of the two people, correct?
I mean, I think I know where you're going with the question. So the value of evidence can change based off of certain external information, certainly. Yeah, I would just leave it at that. The value of the evidence certainly matters upon external information, if that makes sense, if that answer makes sense.
Okay. And basic good police work, if you have the phone in your possession of your target, you're going to more than likely print out those text messages if there are some, correct?
Not necessarily. Again, every investigation is different. I don't want to comment on every investigation everywhere all the time. It depends on In my experience, I've been a patrol officer, I've been a narcotics agent, I've been a crime against persons detective, and now a special agent with the federal government. There's different types of cases, different importance of cases, volume of cases. There's a lot of factors that go in there. So you can't box in and say you do this every time as a matter of investigative practice. I can't tell you that I do dump cell phones on every single case that I do. Even as a federal agent, I don't do that on every case.
Right. But if one of your parties is telling you that, just for example, if there's a conflict in the versions of events, you would certainly want all of the evidence that you can to, if there's a conflict in events, Agent Racy, you would want every medium of evidence that you can get your hands on in terms of cell phone technology to help clear it up in terms of whatever that conflict is, correct?
That's standing objection.
Thank you, Agent Racy.
Yes, sir.
Any other examiners, defense examiners? All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Let me just speak to the state for one moment. I'm going to need y'all's help to pull up the jail calls 140 EB, specifically the June 6, 2015, 1958 call. Okay, and you want to cue that up to 14 minutes, I think. Thank you for your help. Good afternoon, Agent Racy.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
I have a question about your testimony from this past Monday.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall on Monday listening to a jail call with Mr. Winfrey from June 6, 2015 at 1958 hours?
I remember that, yes.
And do you remember testifying that you heard someone that identified themselves as Yak, or who was called Yak, state, quote, roll out the red carpet for Roscoe, unquote?
I do remember the red carpet and that. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to play the portion of that call starting when Yak gets on the call. And I'd like you to ask me to stop when you hear roll out the red carpet for Roscoe. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, one moment, please. We're going to play 140 Echo Bravo. I believe this clip we're about to play is the clip that I was looking for. If it's not, I'll stop it and we'll figure it out. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Roscoe, you did what the fuck I'm saying. I ain't doing shit, man. Just holding it down. Just got a staff with all these niggas. Yeah, I go to court on the 16th or the 17th. But my lawyer, what the lawyer say, we?
They were gonna try to get it dismissed this week.
They don't file for a motion. I was just calling checking on your ass. What you got going, man? Tell everybody I said what it motherfucking do. Hey man, you won't believe this shit, dude. Motherfucker got down yak. Know that nigga got about 50 pictures of yak and Malik on that bunk, man. Little young nigga. He got a picture with yak. What's his name? Hey, what little buddy name, man? Little light skinned boy. He be a little bout Simpson. The light skin. What that light skinned boy name with the dread? Peso. Yeah, Peso. Yeah, little young nigga. Yeah, we fight up, man. They got the town turned. Huh? What you say, bro?
You understand?
You understand? You dig what the fuck I'm saying? Hey, boy, you sure got the town on lock. Yeah, these folks ripping in here, boy. You hear me, man? These folks ripping. Man, no bullshit, man. These folks love that little motherfucking ass. No Jeff, no gotta slide. Man, they treat nigga like the Pope in here, man. Yeah, you know, your main motherfucking man. You understand? Yeah, I sure do, but oh man, the whole joint, blood out. Everybody got stars around here.
No, you know, we pay the way, right?
Yeah, hey man, we still here. These folks love your motherfucking head down here, man. No Jeff, no Jeff.
We were better for the Johnson. I was for the Johnson. You see what I'm saying? Then we ended up winning. So I was out there.
These folks know your motherfucking ass, boy. Listen, dog, the whole motherfucking joint, brother. These folks slime out. Everybody slime, bro.
They keep it like the Lord.
Yeah, man, for real. Hey, listen, man, everything in here slime out, boy. Everything. Man, them folks ain't going back and forth about your motherfucking ass down here.
Look here, man. Everything in here slime out, man. Everything.
Listen, man. A nigga got a picture of Yak, Malik, the whole motherfucking crew on one of their beds, the little nigga, little Peso. He got a picture called Yak and Malik, the big homie. They call you the real big homie.
My little homie.
Yeah. Hey, Peso!
B100,
Yeah, the little nigga, hey, Yak, the nigga full, you strong. He got, the man got the wire cell on his back and everything. He turned up. These folks got the YSL in the star, in the 5-star. The man got a picture. When I seen your picture, I'm like, hell no, this can't be yet. He like, boy, this is my phone. I ain't going. Man, listen, this Yak right here. Hey, what's up? Yo.
Can you pause it just a second?
We do. Come on, we're just showing up.
Okay. Now, did you hear that he said, here's Yak right here?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like Yak is about to get on the call, correct?
Presumably,
Okay.
yes.
Can you continue playing, Mr. Atkins?
I said, you went to what the hell they come out?
Shit, I ain't talking about nothing, bro. Got them really, they just got them rhyme. I got a court date for that month at the beginning of the month. So shit, hopefully by then they let me out of something. Hey, right, yeah.
Hey, make sure Roscoe good, man. I've been trying to get in touch with you anyway, so.
Yeah, you know I got him, man. This is my boy, man. You know I got him.
Well, you know, we're gonna blow y'all nigga ass up, man. We'll sit down when we get back to Roscoe.
That what's up? What is?
Hey, yeah. Yeah, you got your hey, yeah. These folks singing y'all music, bro. It's on God, man. These folks singing the music, man. The folks beating the whole wall down from 11 to 5 in the morning, man. I ain't singing none of that slide shit, boy. The whole dorm. The whole dorm slide out. Straight up. Man, what? These folks love y'all, boy. No Jeff, no cap. Hey, I can't leave around this town. Cap ain't that. You the last motherfucker I expect to see, man. Folks got a picture of your motherfucking ass on the bed, man. Yeah. Yeah, man, my big brother, man. You know, he got a picture of you, Malik. I think you was in the Brown Blue, yeah, we had that weed outfit on. The stone outfit, you had on the stone outfit. Yeah, man, nigga holding it down. Nigga be out this motherfucker, man, no time. Man, sit back for a major comeback, you did.
Okay. Did you ever hear, when listening to it again, even though you testified on Monday that you had heard Yat say, roll out the red carpet for Roscoe, did you hear Yat say, roll out the red carpet for Roscoe right then?
On this show call, no.
You did not? Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any further defense examiners? All right, any redirect from the state?
Yes, sir. Agent Racy,
Yes, ma'am.
on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you about a phone number 504-723-5979. Do you recall that?
5979, yes.
And you said that it was a contact number for 504-319-2920.
Yes.
What does that mean for it to be a do you know what it means for it to be a contact number for 504-319-2920?
So it was just in the subscriber information as probably just a secondary phone number listed with the subscriber, with the provider, excuse me.
Now, do you remember when Mr. Steele asked you to look at specifically, I believe, the 1990 phone record, and I believe we said it's the sister of Mr. Williams' phone record, and see how many times that number called 3383? Do you remember that?
I do recall that.
And specifically in the month of April, there were several dates in which those two phone numbers made contact with each other. Do you remember that?
I do.
When looking at that record, if you remember, were there more calls between that number, those two numbers, on April 25th and April 26th than what occurred prior to those dates?
Yes, there was more frequency around those dates than prior to that, yes.
Okay. And on April 25th and April 26th, was that the night in which you were investigating?
That's correct.
Mr. Steele also asked you about Shannon Stillwell's phone number. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember speaking about how you may have obtained those phone numbers?
Yes, that they're just listed in Cobb County RMS. I'm not, yeah.
Is there any reason why you didn't do legal process on the Shannon Stillwell phone numbers?
Well, to be able to get legal process, you have to have an investigative reason, a basis. To get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause. If I don't have information that I can use to justify either getting a subpoena or getting a search warrant, then I can't go down that investigative path. So if I don't have reason, then I'm not going to do it.
And is that why you didn't do it?
Correct. I tried to utilize the best investigative methods that I could with the information that I had.
And did you ever try to confirm a phone number for Shannon Stillwell?
I don't think I dug deep into Shannon Stillwell's.
And why not?
I didn't have probable cause or information at that time to push me in that direction.
Do you recall when Mr. Steele asked you whether or not you had ever interviewed Dwayne Carter?
Yes.
Throughout the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Did you try and interview? Sure. Do you remember when Mr. Steele asked you, like throughout your investigation, if you had ever interviewed Dwayne Carter?
I do remember that.
Did you try and interview Dwayne Carter after leaving the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes, I made phone calls.
Okay. And were you successful in being able to interview him?
I was not.
And do you recall a series of questions from Mr. Steele regarding whether or not certain videos are promotional and things of that nature? Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Did your investigation regarding the shooting on the morning of April 26th, was that a real life shooting and not a promotional video?
It was a real life shooting, yes.
Now, we spend a lot of time on phones, so I'm going to ask you some questions about phones. Some additional questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you a series of questions regarding going through the records of certain people's phones and seeing if certain numbers were in the records? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you personally know how many phones Mr. Jeffrey Williams had on April 26, 2015?
I'll rule the objection.
I don't know how many phones Mr. Williams had.
In your investigation, did you ever look at the records for a phone number 504-975-3904?
Did I look for it or did I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that number was in my records, yes. But I didn't investigate that number.
Did that phone number ever come up in your investigation regarding the April shooting?
No, it didn't come up, no.
And I know, looking at this board,
When you mean which, this
I'm walking
board,
up
which one are you talking about?
yes, sir, I'm actually walking up to the board. Looking at State's Exhibit 139, Echo Alpha, do you see those last four digits, 3904? Looking at Echo Alpha, do you see 3904?
I do see it at least in one place, yes.
Okay, and where's that?
It looks like the first one on April 26, 2015.
And does the call connect on that day?
It looks like it's 0 seconds, so it likely did not connect.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want you to do me a favor. Can you look at State's Exhibit 135, Echo Charlie? No, right here. State's Exhibit 135, Echo Charlie.
Give me one moment.
Supposed to be 134, Echo.
Oh, I'm sorry. 134 Echo Charlie. Yep, thank you.
And just to confirm, is that the record ending in 1990?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you find that call from that first call on April 26th, that last 29 seconds to the 3904 number?
3904.
And if it's email direction page 1005 to 134 Echo Charlie.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You see that number?
$3904, I do.
What is the phone number that is called?
It's a 504-975-3904.
Now, on this board, which is the 139 Echo Foxtrot, do you see the 3904 number on here?
Yeah, there's an error.
Okay.
The typographical error.
Where is the typographical error?
It has a 4 there instead of a 5.
Okay. So this should be 975-3904 based on that record.
That's correct.
Okay. And when I say that record, 134 Echo Charlie.
That's correct.
All right. Did you, during the course of your investigation, did that 504-975-3904 become relevant during your investigation?
Not during my investigation, no.
I stand objection.
Now, looking at 134 Echo Charlie, are you able to see what type of phone that 1990 number had?
An Apple iPhone 6.
Okay. And we've talked about, or Mr. Steele asked you some questions about FaceTime. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you been trained on FaceTime calls and if those types of calls appear in call detail records?
Yes, you wouldn't see FaceTime calls on call detail records. It's data communication versus phone call communication.
What do you mean?
Well, so these are, again, traditional phone calls. That's what we see call detail records. FaceTime utilizes data. It doesn't utilize like the traditional cell phone network. So we're not going to see communications between phones touching through these records. It would just show up as data to the company.
Okay. Now, are you able to do a search warrant and get like what FaceTime calls are made from one phone to the next?
You'd have to have the device. I would imagine you'd have to have the device and actually get a search warrant on the device to see FaceTime data. You wouldn't be able to serve, to my knowledge, like AT&T and be able to say that phone was using FaceTime at this time.
Why is that?
I just don't think it's data communication versus like a cell phone log communication. It'd be like trying to get a search warrant from AT&T to say what internet searches the person did. I don't think they retain that data like that, at least not to my knowledge and training I've had.
So in order to see the FaceTime communication, you would need,
Your Honor, I stand objection.
would you need the actual phone in order to see if someone is FaceTiming another phone?
To my knowledge, yes, that's correct.
With Dolly's, with the phone number associated with Dolly, did you ever have the physical phone?
No, I did not.
What about the phone associated with Duke? Did you ever have the physical phone?
No.
What about the phone with Winfrey? Did you ever have the physical phone?
No.
What about the 8553 phone? Did you ever have the physical phone?
No.
What about the Birdman phone? Did you ever have the physical phone?
No.
At this time, do you know if, from your investigation, if the Jeffrey Williams 8553 number called any of those people via FaceTime?
I have no knowledge of that. No.
What about the Duke phone? Do you know if Duke called any of those people via FaceTime?
Again, I have no knowledge of that.
The Dolly phone, same question.
Same answer.
The Cash Money Birdman phone, same question.
Same answer, ma'am.
What about things like WhatsApp, Signal, all these other ability to call people that's not the traditional way? Are you able to get records for that?
Again, so each one is different. Some of those are end-to-end encrypted. Some of those you'd have to have the actual physical phone device. Some of those service providers are overseas. So even serving legal process on them wouldn't work because they don't honor American legal process. So there's a lot of caveats in there, kind of like previous answers. But yes, generally speaking, you'd have to have the actual phone in order to extract that data.
Can you tell, looking at the call detail records, whether Mr. Williams spoke with Jimmy Winfrey through a third party such as Duke or Dolly?
I can't tell that.
I believe Mr. Steele asked you with a line of questions regarding YSL Duke's phone communicating with the Jeffrey Williams phone. Do you remember going through? that
Yes,
line of
YSL
questions?
Duke to Jeffrey Williams, yes.
Specifically around the time of April 25th and April 26th.
Yes,
Do you remember that video seeing them on stage together?
yes.
If two people on stage together in the same city at the same time, do you expect them to be talking to each other on the phone?
I stand in objection.
I withdraw. Now, do you remember a line of questioning from Mr. Steele regarding any evidence of Jeffrey Williams encouraging anybody to do something? Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do, ma'am.
As far as this investigation, what did your investigation reveal as to who had a beef with Lil Wayne?
Object to that.
Basis.
You're saying?
Overruled, sir.
Paid.
Overruled. Overruled.
The investigation revealed that the beef was between Jeffrey Williams and Dwayne Carter.
Do you remember Stacy Exhibit 17?
I do recall that, yes.
Did your investigation reveal who had a series of albums called The Carter prior to Mr. Williams?
I am aware of who had the albums Carter before.
Who was that?
That's Dwayne Carter had the Carter series.
And did your investigation reveal if Lil Wayne, at this time of your investigation, was in litigation regarding his album, The Carter, or the name of his album?
I am aware of litigation in regarding the Carter 6 album, yes.
In the midst of this beef,
I am aware of litigation in regarding the Carter 6 album, yes.
in the midst of this beef between Lil Wayne and Jeffrey Williams, were the associates of Jeffrey Williams, based on your investigation, at Club Compound the night of April 25th into April 26th?
Associates of Jeffrey Williams.
I stand in objection.
Were there individuals in the course of your investigation who had made contact with Jeffrey Williams via the telephone at the Club Compound on the night of April 25th and April 26th?
Objection to, no one made contact with his telephone, so that's a proper question.
That's fine, I'll rephrase.
I'll stand in objection, you can rephrase.
Were there phone numbers of individuals, i.e. Jimmy Winfrey, contacting a phone number of a YSL associate's phone that was in Baton Rouge at any time? Did you see contact or Dolly's phone contacting the 8553 phone or any of those individuals at the compound on April 25th through April 26th?
No, I object, sir.
I stand as the form of the question is compound, you can break it down.
Sure. Throughout your investigation, interviews, phone records, your entire investigation, not just the phone, did it reveal that people who were associated with Jeffrey Williams was at the compound on April 25th and April 26th? Your entire investigation.
Same objections before about associates.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Confrontation clause.
Overruled, sir.
Yes.
And were there individuals, phone numbers of individuals associated with Jeffrey Williams, their phones pinging off towers, following the same direction of the bus as it was traveling back to the hotel on the morning of April 26th?
I object.
Basis.
Questions.
What's the basis of objection, sir?
Unless guilt by association.
That's not an objection, sir. Overruled. You got another, if you got a proper objection I could pose, I'll listen to it. Mr. Sharp?
They associates.
I'll sustain a survey. You can rephrase.
The phone number associated with 1990, is that one of the Greer sisters?
Yes.
Is that individual, based on your investigation, the sister of Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Is that phone pinging off towers following the bus going back to the hotel?
Overruled, sir.
Yes, it's pinging along the same route.
Is the phone that's associated with Jimmy Winfrey the same Jimmy Winfrey who was on a phone on a jail call with Mr. Williams? Is that phone pinging in the same direction of the bus going back towards their hotel?
Yes.
Reaction to pinging in the direction of the bus.
Overruled, sir.
Yes.
Is the 1990 phone, which is associated with one of Mr. Winfrey's sisters, and the phone number associated with Jimmy Winfrey, the person that he talked to on the jail call, calling each other before and after the shooting at around 3:14?
Yes.
And when those calls are made, are they in the same area based on your investigation where the bus is located at the time the bus is shot?
Yes, during that window of time, yes, that we're speaking about, yes.
And after the 911 call is made, are there phone calls, at least an attempted phone call, between the Dolly Greer number, the 1990 number, and the YSL Duke number after the shooting?
Objection to a formal question.
I stand in objection.
After 3:14 a.m., is there a call between the 1990 number and the number associated with YSL?
Yes.
That's not object based upon the evidence presented.
That's not an objection, Mr. Steele, overruled.
The statement of the evidence.
That's better. I still overrule it.
And is based on the video that you saw, an individual named Duke with Jeffrey Williams in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yes.
And after the shooting, is the 1990 number pinging off a cell tower or hitting off of a cell tower in this general area that the Jimmy Winfrey phone is pinging off of another cell tower in the same area near the Vault Studios?
Basis.
General area.
It's vague. I'll stand and show.
Is the 1990 phone number pinging off a cell tower near Metropolitan Avenue after the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a break, 10-minute break. So I would think that we'll probably be in session for another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes, it appears. All right, guys, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat. Okay. We are on a break, ladies and gentlemen. We are on a break. We on the break. 10-minute break. So once the judge get back on the bench, then I'll. Okay. So where we at? Very good. Very good. Mike check. Emily, why can't you hear Emily? Emily. Oh, Emily. Okay. Okay. We're going to mute mode. Hey, Queen Black. TD Will, what's going on? What's going on, Terry? Terry. Yeah, we're on the break, guys. We are on the break. Hey, T. What's going on, T? we're going back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get back in the courtroom. Stand by, stand by.
One time. Yes.
I would like to, before the agent leaves, ask him questions about topics that would be under the rule of completeness. I heard what you said. I respect what you said. I'm not trying to get the ire of the court. I'm not saying you're upset. I'm just saying, to me, it's relevant right now. Like, for
Mr. Steele, sir, can you step outside for a second, please? Stand fast. Okay. The whole premise, Mr. Steele, is that it's self-serving at this point in time for you to be able to elicit that particular information. If and when you decide that you should call or wish to present a defense on behalf of Mr. Williams, then I will make rulings as to the rule of completeness and other grounds. It's just not presentable now. I'm not saying you can't, but I in no way want for you not to understand and for the court to impress upon you. You don't have the right, you don't have the responsibility to present anything right now. I know you told me, well, it's going to be 7 months before we get a chance to do that, to elicit this particular evidence, but the court recognizes your right at this point in time to not present anything and the burdens of states. So we've covered that in great detail a number of times. I'll give you a continuing objection on the issue, but that's my ruling at this point.
And I understand. Can I just give one example and then I will do it in writing?
So you're still going to ask me at this point in time even though we've covered the same issue at least 7 or 8 times at this point in time, because you've made this point at critical junctions that you believe are important. So I'm fully aware of the issue. I really am.
Well, okay. I will put it in writing. It's just, to me, when the state, this is what I wanted to say. If I'm going too far, I'm not trying to waste your time or anyone's time. When the state says, you noticed that there was a beef, I think that's the word, between, and the answer is Lil Wayne and Young Thug or Jeffrey Williams, I believe that under the rule of completeness, I could put in a statement of Jeffrey Williams on July 15, 2015 with this detective, excuse me.
Yes, you can. And to quote a famous politician, yes, you can, but you just can't do it now. Okay?
Now, but I'm going to obviously go with it.
Okay, yes, you can, but it's just the law doesn't provide you the ability to do that now because it's self-serving. Okay?
I'm not.
It's self-serving but like I said, if you make that decision at some point in time and at the appropriate time that you wish to do so, then I will, of course, then at that point in time, permit or allow you to present that particular evidence at that point. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
My objections.
Yeah, it's continuing, sir, though. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Can we call Detective or Agent Racy back? Some of our jurors. Okay. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right. Who do we leave off with again? I'm sorry. Mr. Steele? Yes.
Hello again.
Hello again, sir.
I just want to ask you questions. The 3904 number that you referenced just now,
Yes,
I believe it was stated, I'm not saying that you said this is what I heard, that it was a 29-second call. Did you say that?
no, I believe we said it's a 0-second call.
Okay, no connection.
Unless we need to go back to the records again, but the demonstrative shows 0 seconds.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay. You mentioned on your direct examination days ago that there was a lawsuit involving the performer known as Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that?
Between Dwayne Carter and Birdman, Brian Williams, correct?
Yeah, Brian Williams, entertainer known as Birdman, right?
Correct.
That did not involve Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Correct. He wasn't a party to the lawsuit, to my knowledge. Correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any lawsuit that you know about through your investigation that dealt with Jeffrey Williams and the Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne.
I don't know of a lawsuit between Jeffrey Williams and Dwayne Carter.
Got earlier, I asked you about the Twitter account.
Yes.
I want to show you the return. Haley, do you have it? Your Honor, may I ask Haley to approach for one moment?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Hold on one second, please. May I step back?
Yes, sir.
Madam President.
Yes.
Okay, guys, so does appear that this will probably be the end of the day. You will be able to see our recap this evening at 9 p.m. So make sure you are following us. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you guys this evening at 9 p.m.